Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, where we dare you to be brainwashed to think for yourself. Well, my goodness, here we are at the end of another very interesting and spectacular year. Already, I've got somebody behind the curtain with us here tonight. Already, Kevin C's with us. Let me get my things all ready here and grab that. There we go. Kevin.
Yep. How you doing? Happy New Year.
I hear you good, man. Hear you good. Have you decided to make any kind of ridiculous promises to yourself that you have no intentions of keeping this evening?
I don't really have any outward goals, I guess. Not per se.
Well, it is the pagan New Year. It's
Yeah.
not the actual New Year, but hey, whatever. That's what everybody's going with here now.
Yeah, I know. Same thing with Christmas. Same thing. It's all done by the damn financial companies or the banks or whatever.
They're marker points.
Yeah.
That nesting doll of resets that we do daily, weekly, monthly, yearly.
Well, that's truth right there. That's just truth right there.
And Sovereign Soul does. I don't believe flat Earth, JR. I know that we live on a level plane, a level, stationary, topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. It's really quite spectacular. So I was watching a thing, I guess Mindshock did another thing. I guess Craig has been just losing his fucking mind because of the reviews. Part 2 came out, and I think at last count, Craig was up to, I think 300 logical.
That 300 fuck up.
Oh, it was insane. I couldn't believe it. Oh my God, just logical fallacies and shit. And some of the shit that the guy says. I mean, he going on with shit that's already been proven to be fraud, you know, LIGO and the Eddington star charts, all that shit. And he didn't do any looking into it. It's just, I don't know. Now Mind Shock's got a thing on about how he's losing his mind. And I don't know how many times I've heard him say the dude's mentally disabled or something.
Yeah, well, that's a true point right there.
He says there must be truly something wrong with this fella, man. And it is. This has been a good year. This has been a good year for Flat Earth, I have to say. I really do. I mean, although we did lose some icons, you know.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did. We lost some icons, and you know that's a tragedy. But as far as steps ahead and unfucking the minds of the masses, I think we're making a lot of headway. I really do.
But you know, the thing about it is, Dave, is that you know we might not turn everybody's heads, but the people that we have turned, I mean, they're hitting pretty solid. I think, you know.
Yeah, you don't have to listen. I'm not asking anybody to fucking believe anything at all. It's what I'm doing is saying, why don't you think about and question that which you believe? Right? Have you? A lot of people, they haven't done that because they were just given this belief. There again, you come into this world with this blank slate, and immediately there's other people trying to write on that fucking thing.
Every time. Every fucking time. It's getting bad too. Yeah. I mean, especially with the trolls and shit. I just don't understand the trolls, man. They just waste, you know, they're just wasting our time, you know, and it's like we're just trying to communicate, you know, the truth, and they just want to fuck with it. And that's such a pain in the ass to have to fight those guys.
Well, I just looked before I came online. I was just looking at shit, and I saw that where Lisa here, that usually comes in the chat, now don't confuse that with Lisa Tattersall. One's my neighbor, the other one just comes in here to disagree with everything that's said. And she said, well, you said you could do a sextant reading inside of a planetarium and it would be the same as outside. And of course it would. Why wouldn't it be? You're only looking at relative your angular position of it. You're just looking at the apparent position of these various things in the sky and comparing their angles. That's all you're doing. So
that's all sextant is.
Yeah, so the distance to it wouldn't matter. And so in her comment, she said, you said we could do that. And when I challenged you on it, you said for me to go and do it. Well, you're the one that made the claim. I was all right. You want me to go do a sextant reading in the fucking planetarium? You come in tonight, log in or whatever, or email me. Let me know how to get a hold of you. I'll send you my address and you can buy me a sextant. Okay. Buy me a sextant and send it to me, and I'll be more than happy to videotape it. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I mean, do you not understand what we're even talking? You don't even know what the fuck a sextant is, and she's gonna goddamn argue with me about it. Does she think the sextant is telling me the distance to a star?
No, it's not.
Measuring relative apparent angles from the observer. That's all the fuck you're doing. It doesn't matter if it's a trillion light years away or if it's 20 feet away. It doesn't fucking matter.
It's just it's a point of reference for the ship to turn down that street, you know, to turn that direction. That's all it is.
That's right. That's what it is. And yes, we use these things because why are they so good to use for these types of purposes? Because they're always the same, man. That's why.
Right.
Change.
Yep.
Trails grow over, roads get obliterated, stars stay the same. And the oceans don't have no fucking roads or street signs or any other thing like that. So what else are you going to use?
Well, I mean, granted, you might lose a star or two out there, but I'm here to tell you that constellations are going to be mostly there.
And they're going to be exactly the same. And they were 5,000 years ago. They were exactly the same.
Yep. Shit hasn't changed much. It just changes elevation in the sky. That's all it does every season.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, a lot of these guys is shit. Especially these flat earth haters, They've really been getting their asses handed to them royally here in this year. I'm glad to see it, seeing their pseudoscience being called out at every turn.
Yeah.
Just ran across another thing about how the difference in weight in a vacuum. So I got a little video clip. I'll show that. What is it? It says somebody just asked just a Mandela effect question for you. Mentioned you lived in California. Where do you remember where the city of Los Angeles was? Well, it was like southwest, right down on the coast. I don't know, maybe about, what was it, about 100 miles from the border or so? I don't know. It was down. I only went to LA a few times. It wasn't real.
I think it was southeast. I think it's southeast of Sacramento, isn't it?
Southwest.
Southwest?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's like Los Angeles is like right on the coast, man. They got, you got Venice Beach and shit's right there. And
oh yeah, okay, all right. That's right. I was thinking it was more central, but no, it's not. You're right.
Oh, Sean Hawkins, look, he's panicking. Who's getting their asses handed to us? You, Sean, on a daily fucking basis. Dude, you got to be the worst to get your ass handed to you. You get your ass handed to you all the time with your donkey dick geometry and all kinds of fucking crazy shit. Shut the fuck up. And your even higher priest, who's as big as a numbnuts as you are, Craig, he's really getting fucking filleted right now. Go check out Mindshock. Go check out the Mindshock channel. Check that out. Maybe you'll actually learn something for once there, Sean. You won't have to go ask Alexa every goddamn thing. Fucking fruitcake. He always wants to come and talk shit in here and say, oh, you're a coward. You won't talk and shit. But do you ever see that little fucker click the link? Never. Once.
All he wants to do is fag chat.
Yep.
Because he's scared. Because he's scared. That's funny.
Well, it's not like shit because let's go with your basics. Let's go right to your basics. Your globe is dead on arrival, Sean. Your globe is fucking dead on arrival. You can't even get past the fucking basics of it. No convexity. You cannot demonstrate the impossible conditions you suggest exist. I'm sorry, my friend. Right off the bat, the heliocentric nonsense is just that, fucking nonsense. Show me a ball of gas forming in a vacuum or anywhere for that matter. Show me that. I'd like to see that shit. I'd like to see gravity of gas causing itself to congeal into some kind of a fucking gob somewhere.
It's like a big snot ball in space. I don't understand that.
God damn, man. That's right off the bat. Okay, that right off the bat shows the ridiculousness of it. Show me gas pressure without a container, man. You can't do it. Why? Because it's impossible. So your globe's dead right on arrival, man. Then you want to start talking about rockets in space. We've already shown rockets won't work in fucking space. And secondly, no such condition like space as you described could ever exist. Nowhere. Nope. Not without a fucking hey, there's somebody with my same name. There's somebody with the same name as me. But it never could a vacuum like that exist. Nowhere in nature does any such condition exist, and nor could it exist without some kind of containment. So,
yeah, we know.
Yeah. So those are just, and then you look at some of these impossibilities, like how they hanging out on the fucking moon with these oxygen tanks. You know how much fucking tankage you'd have to take underwater with you to stay down that long underwater? Well, let's see here. This is just going to be.
They could use that. They could use lines, pump lines.
Yeah. Well, they didn't have that on the moon, did they?
No, they could have. They could have had tether lines.
They could have what?
They could have had tether lines,
Well, they didn't. We didn't see
that from the rover.
In the Stanley Kubrick production of the moon landing. We didn't see that though. See?
No, we didn't. We didn't.
There was this movie I remember came out, I guess maybe in the 50s or early 60s, and it was called Robinson Crusoe on Mars. And they addressed that this guy was running out of oxygen, you know, and he's stranded on Mars. And then he discovered these rocks that gave off air. He called them air rocks. And as long as he carried some of these rocks around with him, he could just put the rock up to his mouth and suck on it and breathe and shit.
Wow.
Okay.
That's pretty far-fetched right there.
Well, you know, maybe
fiction, man.
Well, NASA discovers air rocks on Mars. Watch, it'll happen. They'll have air rocks.
They're oxygen. They're iron oxide.
They'll have fart rocks on Uranus, you know, because that's how they do. Well,
Yeah.
Sean, I think part of Sean's thing, so that he can just be relevant and stay on the little troll payroll or whatever the fuck it is they got, you know, and come in and say a couple stupid shit and then roll because you don't want to catch the smoke. And he won't have a link. I'm like, come on, Sean, click the link. Come on up, you know. Every one of you fucking guys has got some kind of mental disability. I mean, I've seen that. I can see it in your fucking eyes, man. Every one of these dwarfs got some kind of mental disability or something, some kind of there's toys in the attic, you know? That's all I can get with it. It's just toys in the attic. So let me show you this thing I found. This was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Not very long. Less than a half a minute. It's kind of cool.
Cool.
Remove the air from around it, it suddenly starts to get heavier. Okay, let's put our empty bottle on here. So right now it weighs 11.434 grams. Let's turn on the vacuum. And it immediately starts gaining weight. It's already gained 0.3. Remove the air from around it, it suddenly starts to get heavier. Okay, let's put our empty bottle on.
What? So it gets heavier. Why? Did we perhaps change the displacement ratio by removing the medium? Holy shit. If you really think just that little short bit of stuff, the implications of that and how it holds to the simple buoyancy and density factor of what we experience.
That is totally on point right there. You can't fuck with that.
And there's more experiments like that going on. And that's really neat. I wouldn't mind having a vacuum chamber because maybe I'll build one. I guess it looks like all you need is a little air compressor pump like that, and I've got
a vacuum. It's a little vacuum pump. I've got one too in my shop.
I mean, I've got a little air compressor. It wouldn't be hard to reverse the way that it works. You know, have it suck and stuff.
I don't know how if the reeds can be turned inside out or not. It'd probably take a totally different head.
Right. I'll look into it. It'll be something fun to play with anyways.
I mean, if you could reverse the input output, that would be cool. That would work.
We can test them. We can test out, put a bug in there and see what happens if they explode or not.
That's what you do in a microwave, right?
Right. Yeah. It's like you just test it like that. We'll just test it. No matter how.
You get a jar with plastic lid on it, you know, poke the holes in it, and then throw them in the microwave and see how long they last.
So, you know, this was really funny. This has been a really crazy year. I don't know. How long you been with us, Kevin? How long you been with this place?
Man, I've been, quite a while, actually. I'd say 3 years.
Yeah, all right. Well, I've been on, I ain't really had a show 3 years. This channel itself is just barely, I think, over a year old, because remember my old one got fucked. And but if you remember, throughout the middle of this year here, we got attacked by the lowbrow Paul Club was over here trying to pull their shit. Remember all that with Zetetic?
Yeah.
And, I think it's funny now because it's coming home down to, you know, people that have made these predictions. Like I remember Z came out and said, "Oh, he won't even have a channel 6 months from now. Nobody watches his shit. He's absolutely boring. Blah 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 blah." And I'll smoke him in subscribers and all that and everything. Well,
no word be seen.
I'm now at more subs than he has. My channel's still here and it's growing.
Oh yeah. So I mean, didn't we hit 200 again last couple days ago?
Hit 200 what?
Like day before yesterday?
What, views? Oh, you mean viewers at one time?
Yeah.
No, I've got up to like 108 at one time. But I mean, I'm getting like mad views on the replays and shit too.
Well, yeah, but when you got Stavely on there, that bumps it up a little bit, doesn't it?
All right. So
whenever he comes into the open panel, he drags a couple hundred with him, or at least a few with him. He drags a few with him.
Well, there's a lot of people doing streams tonight too, so
oh yeah, it's crazy tonight.
Yeah.
I didn't even think you were going to be on. That's why one of the reasons why I went and parked my ass on the back porch, because I figured there probably wasn't going to be a whole lot of people on, so you might need a little camaraderie there until Dreamy gets out here.
Well, Dreamy will show up, I'm pretty sure, unless she's hanging out she might have New Year's plans. I don't know, man.
I don't. Here's my New Year's plan. I went and bought myself a steak, got me some Polska kielbasa, cooked it up in some beer. I got some hot mustard, got me a big fat pie. I'm just gonna sit here and chill and snack. I got snacks. That's what I did.
I'm good to go, man. We're ready to rock and roll.
yeah. Oh shit, yeah. Hell yeah. I got one the other day too, so I'm fat, dumb, and green too.
So anyway, I thought that was kind of ironic, because we just persevered through that. I just let them do their fucking thing, ignored them, they went away. That's the biggest defense right there, is just don't feed the fucking animal. That's all you have to do, is not feed the animal. Where's we got standing rib roast for six hours a pound? How's that work out? How do you spend hours? Is that the cost of it, or how long it took to cook it?
That's how long it took to cook it.
Okay.
It's gotta be.
Don't hurt myself. I don't never hurt myself. Right? I'm in good shape, bro. $6 a pound. I got you. 6 hours. What are you doing for that ribs there, Lisa? You got some kind of a side hustle we don't know about, or
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Something's going on. Something's going on.
Oh shit! Oh look, what's up? What's up?
Hello. I am Irontown Auditor. How are you doing? I am Irontown Auditor. Are your frog hairs split? Darn it! I always mess that up. They're gonna catch me being an imposter.
Yeah, we did. We caught you right off the bat.
How are you doing?
It was probably from your name. You might want to edit the name before you come in.
Oh shucks.
Yeah.
No, I just was goofing off.
The devil's in the details, bro. Devil's in the details.
I was just goofing off. He's a great guy.
I like Terry. He was up here about a week ago on stream with us, man. I don't know what he's doing tonight, but he got tired of all that. I guess all that fucking infighting and bullshit that goes on. And it's like, you don't have to be in it.
Right?
You don't have to be in it. So yeah, have you decided to make any unreasonable promises to yourself that you have no intention of keeping?
Oh yeah. I was gonna make next year really different. I was gonna come in every once in a while and bug you just for the heck of it. Oh wait, that's the same thing I did last year.
Yeah, that's what we do. We just do the reset, redo. Everybody thinks that it's going to be somehow everything different, or some kind of a magical change is going to take place, or this one's going to be better than the last, and it's just a marker point that we denoted. It's just part of a cycle. You're going to keep doing the same shit over and over in this insane world and expecting different results. And it's
Yeah,
never,
you have to think to yourself when you have to say I'm gonna follow my promise this year, it's probably just BS to start with.
right. I mean, you're basically forcing yourself to do something you haven't
You're
set your mind
set,
really to
yeah,
do.
you're setting yourself up for failure.
Mm-hmm. Then you can feel bad about it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I saw your Jeep around 1:30 on Main Street. Can't prove it. You did not. You can't prove it, Lisa. That's my neighbor, Lisa. Well, not next door neighbor, but she lives right here in town, same town as me. Oh, and I got another subscriber today. I never did get his name. I couldn't. It sucks. I was up at the store, and he liked my hat. And I was saying to the clerk, I said, "Happy Pagan New Year." And they're used to me in there, because I'm always blowing some kind of shit to him. I said, "Happy Pagan New Year." And the dude was like, "Yeah, no kidding, right?" And we started talking about how they hijack time and shit like that. And I was like, "Yeah, you got to come check out my channel." He goes, "Oh, cool. You got a channel?" So he looked it up on his phone and subscribed. So hopefully he's here with us tonight. That'd be pretty cool. So a couple more people in my town that watched me. I got more people from out of my town than in my town that watch me, of course. But not everybody. There's like little pockets of people with their little antennas on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know if I have any people in my town except for maybe a couple of people that I've told, but other than that, I don't think really I have any viewers from my town. Mostly I have them from not even the United States. It seems like I get a lot of Australian and Irish.
Yeah, we get them from shit. I got people in the UK, South Africa. I see them from all over the place. I wanted to go in and look now that my channel's gotten a little bigger and I've got a little wider audience. I was keeping track of, like, it tells you from what countries you're getting a lot, like, views and shit from. And seems to be like a lot of Dutch people. They like to watch American YouTube stuff. I see a lot.
Yeah, I got a couple of Dutch fans or viewers. I don't know if I can really call them viewers.
Oh yeah, those were good, Barbara. I'm gonna let me. Oh shit, I'll get him in a little bit. My phone's in the other room. I didn't bring it in here with me. Jehovah's daughter Barbara sent me pictures of her winning lottery tickets today. I'll give you a picture of those here in just a couple minutes. This was a kind of cool thing I wanted to play, and I'll go get my phone while this is playing. This is kind of cool. And what you find out with this too is that it's not rotation because we're going on a north-south flight.
If the globe were real, all flights must dip their noses to account for the curvature of the Earth. If a jet did not dip its nose, in just a few minutes, the jet would quickly gain altitude and risk the aircraft and its passengers. The globe proponents cannot escape the absolute fact that the downward nose adjustment must occur. But the downward pitch of the nose following the alleged curvature of the Earth must be revealed in the stars, which would rise upward from the perspective of the pilots and passengers as shown here. If the stars do not appear to rise upward, then there is no curvature adjustment, which means there is no globe. The distance for the full flight from Munich to Sao Paulo is over 6,000 miles, but the recording was only for approximately 3,000 miles. That begins before Palma, located on the island of Majorca, Spain, and the video ends before the equator after the plane passes Dakar, Senegal, on the western coast of Africa. Of course, some movement of the stars is expected with any time lapse. Keep in mind that when you're in the north and facing southwest, like in this flight, the stars should rotate in a downward slant to the right and clockwise motion, somewhat like this. For this time lapse, we're going to track these two stars. The one on top seems to have a tail of stars that rise up and to the left. It's easy to spot. For brevity, I'm going to speed up the footage. The plane is going to adjust its heading left and right a few times, but try to keep an eye out for those two stars. There are the two stars again. Here they are over on the right side. They have dropped a little, but here they are again. And that's the end of the time lapse. This is the beginning position of the stars. Approximately 3,000 miles later, here is the ending position. As expected, the star slightly rotated clockwise and dropped slightly. You can even see how the star on top with the tail looks a little bigger and has rotated clockwise. So, what is the problem with this time lapse for the globe? The problem is that the plane has to be dipping its nose to account for the alleged curvature of the Earth. For simple illustration, if I had a stunning view of the stars at the beginning of my flight, as time progresses and the nose of the plane drops to account for the curvature of the Earth, the stars should appear to rise up like this. In fact, the nose of the airplane is allegedly dropping while the stars, which are somewhat fixed and allegedly separate from the Earth, should appear to rise up if we lived on a ball.
Got another one. I'll have to dig it out of showing it what it shows on Google Earth as opposed to that right there on the in reality. And you see that as you're going along on the Google Earth one on the flight, it shows the shit rising up and coming past you like that. And in reality, it doesn't do that at all. The plane's not dipping. You'd actually go a longer distance too if you were in an aircraft than you would on the ground, going from one place to another. So if it was like 5,000 miles on the ground, it would be longer in the air, because if you're going on an arc that's concentric to another arc, that outside arc, of course, is going to be a longer line than the one on the that's in the smaller radius. So that's another thing that a lot of people don't consider when it comes to these little flights. But either way, that's basically on how convexity is. This is what I think is interesting too. Scale is really kind of cool. As you can see, right? We have a nice train trestle here and a overpass of some kind. I mean, they got me at first. I was like, oh, cool. What is this? This is going to be a train or some kind of shit. I'm waiting for it. And then I was like, what is that? And then there was this cat, because I didn't see the little caption on the thing. I just the video just came up and I was watching it. And then I saw that it was a strange creature. What the fuck? And it's this somebody's cat crawling through a train set. That's funny as hell. Oops, that's not what I was after.
So you know what I find almost equally as odd is not dipping the plane of the nose down as the plane flies. The thing that I find equally as odd is this is basically a level flight here, but yet the nose of the plane on level flight is almost always pointing up.
Yeah,
Even though the plane is flying absolutely level. Why wouldn't the plane? I mean, it's up. If its nose is up, it should be flying up. Why wouldn't the plane be flying up?
Because of the thing. What's happening is that it's a complete balance against it wanting to drop and the amount of lift that you give the aircraft, and therefore it flies along at a constant altitude. It's only going to go up if you increase that pitch. But that's the pitch that's required in order to maintain the lift required to keep the aircraft in the air and maintain level flight. Of course, if you dip it anymore, you take it out. If you were to put the plane itself completely level, you would start to descend. Absolutely. Yep. I've always loved aircraft, man. I played with model airplanes, like with the little gas motors and shit. Always wanted to get a real nice remote control one when I was a kid, but I never could afford one.
My favorite ones are the ones that you put on a pole and a string. Those are my favorite ones.
Yeah.
You just run them until they run out of fuel and they just land. It's pretty cool.
So if flying the plane, but if flying the plane straight and level makes it go down, then dipping the nose down would even make it go down more. That's basically suggesting that the pilot should crash. That doesn't make any sense. They should always fly with the plane slightly pointed up.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
They maintain level flight. They don't, in other words, they don't have to dip the plane down to accommodate the amount of curvature. I think it's, like about a mile every 2 minutes at 35,000 feet.
Well, isn't the altitude or the attitude, I should say, the attitude adjustment, is that where you're seeing it pitched up like that on that little picture? Mm-hmm. Is that zero plane in the attitude, or is that like 1 degree down angle?
I believe that would be the one that I have there was supposed to be a flat level flight.
But that's how the plane flies. But
it looked like it was going up.
Well, see, that's the thing too, is if you could curve the wing and maintain a more level attitude to the aircraft, and that would create more lift. But also, with creating lift with a shape like that is going to produce more drag as well. So you get more maneuverability. Hold on, you get more maneuverability with that wing. See, when they first, one of the biggest problems they first came out and they had with aircraft in the beginning was not being able to achieve enough lift because they didn't have enough horsepower in the engine. So the way they compensated for that was by putting 2 wing surfaces on there. So you had double the lift power, but then you start adding weight to it. It wasn't, I think the Germans had a plane called an Eindecker that was a monoplane that they used in World War I. But once they started coming out with faster and more efficient motors, then they were able to exclusively go to the monoplane design. In fact, most of the early Hawker Hurricanes that were used by the British in World War II, by 1940, they had the top wing stripped and modified so that they were now a mono wing aircraft. They put a larger motor into it.
Yeah, that was the early progression into
See, the Hawker Hurricane was mostly a canvas and wood construction from everything from the engine cowling back.
At one point, they had 3 wings or something like that, and I mean, they were great for lift and maneuverability, but they were horrible for any type of speed. And with that also resulted in a very poor fuel
Well, that was the beauty. That's what they
usage.
mostly did, like the Red Baron, Baron von Rickentoff or whatever his name. He achieved most of his victories by claiming already wounded aircraft from a high altitude. See, the DR-3 or Fokker triplane was able to achieve a high amount of lift in a short amount of time. And so what this dude would do is he would circle around up high, and then he'd spot somebody down low like a falcon, and then take a dive at him from in the sun and take him out.
You know, it doesn't really matter if you remember the Red Baron's name, because I mean, this is New Year's. They'll Mandela it next year.
Yeah, probably something will happen. Hey, it's German, but a lot of people don't know Hermann Goering was an ace in his own right from World War II. He was in charge of the German Luftwaffe in World War II, but he was a renowned ace from the First World War as well. And that's where he first claimed notoriety. That was an interesting time, not to glorify war or anything, but those pilots in that era are often referred to as knights of the sky, because it was still almost like knights on their horses, still engaging in pretty close combat. By the time World War II came around, they were learning how to hit shit from a further distance, going greater speeds. And then by the time Korea come around, that whole just getting up there and shooting an aircraft's pretty much out of the question. We're just going to start using rockets and missiles and shit, because it's just...
Yeah, for a long time, it was quite convenient that they shaped the fuselage of the aircraft the way they did so that they could save money on coffins.
Well, I met a man who was a World War I aviator, and this is funny, but not funny. He was flying an aircraft that was known as a Jenny. And a German aircraft came up at him from underneath with guns blazing, and a bullet went up through the seat and nipped off the tip of his dick.
Wow.
Yeah, he got really lucky, because that could have been way worse, of course. But it's not a war scar you're gonna come home and show people at church or anything like that, I'm just saying. But yeah, it's wild. Now, see, that's crazy, because for a lot of people, they go, wow, you met somebody that was in World War I. Yeah, I met several people that were in World War I when I was a young man. I did.
Would that be considered a battle circumcision?
Yeah, probably. Probably at least some kind of a baptism.
Hello, Mr. B.
Oh, Mr. B's here. Yes, Happy New Year, my man. So this is kind of crazy. And what I think it is this thing is showing, this thing says reflecting off the firmament. What it looks like to me is it's reflecting off the clouds above it. But this is kind of an interesting phenomenon, I think, nevertheless.
It's
like
not the same as it was in this world.
I don't think I've ever seen something cast. One time I did. I saw him doing a trail like that. And the trail was leaving a black line above it in the sky.
Yeah, but I believe above that is clouds. When it goes to the blue area, you don't see the plane. But that's a neat shot.
I know, that's what I was. That's what I thought was cool about it. That's not showing a firmament or anything. It's reflecting. But I wonder, the light source, it's got to be either morning or evening. Probably it looks more like morning, and that light's scattering upward, giving it that effect. Pretty cool though. Anyway. But I did see a chemtrail one time, and the plane was leaving this white chemtrail, and there was a black shadow of it above it. And it looked like there was like dual chemtrails being laid, like a black one and a white one. It's pretty nuts, man.
Yeah, you were probably token on that pipe.
I'm always token on that pipe. That's just me. What do we got going on? Oh, that's smart, Mr. B. Daniel, I already know. I can tell. Dave looks higher than me. Oh yeah, the thing that hang on a second. That thing, I got to show you Barbara's winning lottery ticket real quick. Oops. There it is. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna present, share screen. Dun 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 dun. Stay home and do nothing and go to bed early.
Yeah, that's a pretty good ticket.
But see, Barbara, we already know you're not going to go to bed early because you're up at all hours on these chats. You're one of the night watch. We already know. So you didn't get the whole prize. You didn't get the whole prize, girl. Holy cow. Shifty Eye Shady. So there's all these people talking about throwing all, of course, the every year fear out at us. We're talking about the going to be, possible terror attacks in San Francisco, possible terror attack in New York, all this crazy shit. I saw something about they got police all in battle gear someplace in California because of a Palestinian protest or some kind of shit. It's like,
wow.
I don't know, man. They're always throwing it out there so that people can get ready for a bunch of fear in some way or form or another.
Yeah, I don't understand fear.
So
I don't concept it. I see it. I see people throwing fear everywhere I go, but I don't see how it doesn't work. I don't understand it.
I just go same shit, different day, same shit. So I thought this was kind of cool. This guy, Tommy Levin, if I can show it here, y'all seen it? All right. He put out this thing today on Twitter, and he, of course, screenshotted this from Gab. He said, "This is a prime example of why I consider Christian nationalists domestic terrorists. In this example, one did a terrorist act and the other praised them as a hero for the act. Any further questions?" And what it was is this girl, Roxanne Green, just burned down Wyoming's first abortion clinic just weeks before it was due to open. Her eyes say, "Do what you must. I have already won." Okay. So I reposted it and I commented because this is, I said, what would your opinion be of someone who took it upon themselves to disrupt and sabotage German death camp operations in World War II? I bet you don't view them in the same light as they should be. You support death and genocide for sure, but selectively. Because really, if you think about it, what did she do? In my eyes, she disrupted the operation of mass child sacrifice and murder. That's what I see. Okay. Was it an act of terrorism? Absolutely not. I don't think so. But think about this. If somebody during World War II, and we have these people that they've given medals to and shit, that disrupted Nazi operations or stopped something from happening in the death camps or made fake rounds for the German army or that kind of shit, right? Now, by the Germans, they would have been considered terrorists. But by everyone today, they would be considered heroes because they were helping to stop the evil Germans and their murderous plot. Well, isn't that the same fucking thing? I mean, people got to be real careful where, you can't have selective morality, and unfortunately we have that. We have that. And this is interesting too, what has happened with insurance coverages. Medical insurance coverages have changed. And what they've changed to is rather interesting. Listen to what this woman says, man.
This is something that made me go, As you may know, I have had my insurance license in the state of California for over a decade. And when I was reviewing policies for 2024, I noticed this new exclusion. Look here, this is under exclusions and expenses not covered on a 2024 Cigna health policy. Treatment of an injury or sickness which is due to war, declared or undeclared, riot, or insurrection. This is not typical. This is an insurance policy from United last year for 2023. And the language typically reads like this: what happens with my coverage under extraordinary circumstances? And it says in cases of disaster, epidemic, war, riot, insurrection, that they will do their best to provide the services you need. But now take a look at United's 2024 health insurance policy, another exclusion, T, war. We do not cover an illness, treatment, or medical condition due to war, declared or undeclared. Cigna and United aren't the only ones that have changed their language excluding war from their policies. Anthem has also done this, and it just makes you wonder, why in the world would that be the case? As always, let me know what you think about all of this down below.
Well,
Okay,
it is interesting. I
it
mean, you
is.
know, but at the same time, you can't have double insured. You can't be double
Something-
insured in the United States. You know what I mean? As far as you can't have two coverages covering you for one
Right.
medical expense. And often when it comes down to war injuries, we're talking about VA vets who are covered under the VA medical coverage.
But they
I
use
wonder
the
if,
word insurrection as well.
yeah, but I don't know why they use insurrection.
Yeah,
but
they got added in there. That makes me a little more, you know, if it was due to war, I was going down the same line of thinking as you were with
right.
that. Yeah, I can dig that. Then it's the government's responsibility or whatever else, right? The VA and shit like that. But there again, if that's true, then they're breaking their own law when they make people like my dad. He had Blue Cross and Blue Shield in Michigan. And then when he turned 62, he was forced to get Medicaid, but Medicaid was like, it was supplemental. So he had Blue Cross and Blue Shield in Michigan and Medicaid. So anything,
yeah, you're
Medicaid
not
didn't
supposed
cover,
to
yeah,
have the double insurance thing going on.
so that was perfectly okay.
But maybe, I'm not sure, because I think my client's getting to where they're going to be on the Social Security or the Medicaid, and something different with the Social Security that changes once they turn a specific age.
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't understand how they can force you to contract with the government to take their insurance. I mean, what the fuck is that? Any law like that forces you to contract it's immoral and it's unjust. Absolutely. All contracts should and must be voluntary and free of coercion. And
well, I don't know of any law that necessarily forces you. I know of several people personally that they can have access to healthcare. And I've talked to them and I'm like, why don't you get it if you can get it for free? Because they're like impoverished type people. And they refuse, absolutely refuse. So you don't necessarily have to have it. I mean, I know this from people around me.
Oh no, I think it was something about too that if he didn't do it, then his fucking Blue Cross would be canceled or something too. And I mean,
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. These people are totally
Yeah.
against insurance. They're not trying to claim one form or
Yeah.
another. They're not trying to go half-ass on it. They're
Well, I've
flat out saying no.
I've told you about, I mean, maybe you didn't hear it, but like my dad, when he worked, of course, for General Motors, and they were negotiating contracts and they went out on strike and this, that, and the other. And one of the things that they got after this strike was dental insurance through Delta Dental. Now, prior to that, my dad could go to the dentist and get a tooth pulled or whatever. It was $8. Got this insurance, went to the dentist. This time now, it was $80, and he had a 10% copay. So he still paid $8, but the fucking doctor made $72 more. And it's like, wait a minute here, just a second. I've said that for a long time. I said the whole reason for the high cost of medical care is simply because the insurance companies will pay it.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
would agree with that.
You know, and this is something that I've talked to. I'm going to show you something here that I've talked about, and this is okay what this man says because he is a black man and a resident of this area. Now, I've been to this area and it has gotten really a lot worse. I grew up about 45, 50 miles away from this. And this was really bad by the time I left, and it's even worse now. These used to be some really nice homes down in Detroit. Detroit was really quite a nice city at one time. It really was. And after the 67 riots, forget it. All done.
Shit, the reason it be like this, or should I say stay like this, is because black folks keep fucking shit up. It's not the white people who come in and spray tags and write gang shit all over. It's not the white people's fault. Y'all don't take care of y'all shit. People don't be mowing their lawns. People don't be painting their house or picking up the trash that be all over the place. Why you think there don't be no new stores opening around here? Because they already know the black folks gonna rob them blind and not show up for work. If any of this shit ever gonna change, it's gonna be because black people finally stop living in denial and understand that we the reason, right? Because the second a house seem empty, it's fiends running up in it and taking copper and whatever else they think they gonna get money for. It's us, bro. We the reason no one trying to fuck with these neighborhoods. We the reason every other part of Detroit get developers except us. They don't want their shit to look like the buildings be looking in our neighborhoods. Bruh, please stop electing these same bullshit politicians, man. Clean y'all shit up. Stop thinking someone gonna come through and save y'all, because they not. Y'all made the bed and now we mad because we've been left to lie in it.
And you know, that's the same story with Baltimore, Philadelphia, a bunch of areas in this country, and what it's come from. I don't think it's so much as it's black and white, or as it is the welfare mentality that's really permeated our society. And you know, I hear so many people talking about, you know, we need to not, communism's bad. We're America. We shouldn't have any socialism, no communism. Okay, well, let's cut out Social Security. Let's get rid of welfare, all these other things. The government's job is not to take care of people. Not at all. That's not their job. This is why they've gotten so bogged down with shit. They put their face in where it doesn't belong. And that's into the personal lives of the individual man and woman in America. And you know, let's take from these people because these people need it. Well, what happens with a welfare mentality is there's no appreciation for what you do have because you didn't work for it. And what the fuck? If I fuck it up, somebody will give me a new one, you know? And that's how that shit works, that same kind of thinking. And especially if you've got, hello, Greeny. It's especially if somebody has for decades beaten a crutch into your head. Oh, this condition is due to my race and me being oppressed and blah, 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 blah. And I don't know what more can be done. I mean, criminy. You know, I lost out on an apprenticeship to Buick Olds Cadillac due to the fact that I wasn't black. Okay. They're given more opportunity than any other segment of our society that I've ever seen.
I would like to point out something.
You know?
Most people back in 33, back when they took the gold, there was a remedy which they kept secret and hidden from everyone, and everything in the United States for everyone living here is prepaid. But they held and kept that from everyone because if there's no gold, there's no money, right?
Right.
So they took it and they took it and then they put in the Federal Reserve System when everything was prepaid because there was no gold to pay anything with. It was removed.
And you wonder why our healthcare is going up. Sorry, Dreamy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's everything that, you know, it's all backwards. I mean, I didn't write the rules, but I have read them. And finding out that everything is prepaid and how they are lying to everyone. Sorry, my puppy's going nuts. But, you know, is wrong. You don't take everything and then turn around and tell the people to pay. Like you were saying, you can't pay a debt with a debt note. That's the reason why we were supposed to discharge our debt.
Supposed to.
Yeah.
I'm going to say
well, there would be no need for welfare or Social Security if we were going and doing what we're supposed to be doing.
And then run and have a cigarette. Hello, Dreamy.
Hello. Sorry. My puppy wants out of my room, but he's being a handful, so he's stuck.
Is Keeper at the terrible twos portion of his puppyhood?
Well, yeah, and I have other people in the house, and he's just wanting to be in there causing trouble.
Sounds like Moonshadow. Moonshadow's a troublemaker.
Wants to be in everything.
Yep. Moon
He has
will
a bone and whatnot, so I ain't too concerned about him.
Moon tries to instigate shit with all the other dogs. Like she'll get up, because she's the youngest and she's just wanting to play, and she'll just go over and plop her, just drop down and lay on the head of one of the other dogs or something to piss them off so that they'll start fighting with her. Like, God, what are you doing?
That's him. He wants to play. He's not trying to be sassy. He just wants to play.
Well, little Peanut likes to get babied because when she comes over there and Moonshadow will start picking at her, and I go, now, Moon, you leave poor little Peanut alone, and I'll push her away like that. And Peanut's like, oh, thank you, Dad. She just gets all sweet. But Peanut could whoop the fuck out of her if she wanted to. I know that.
Well, my Chihuahua, she just stays on the bed. She don't get on the floor and be rowdy with him. She will get down, get a drink or whatever, but she don't like his playful nature. But when I leave the room, if they're both in here, she will come to the edge of the bed and bark at him like he's eating her alive. And I can walk back in here and she's sitting on the bed, and then she'll just walk away with her head down and curl up and lay down. I'm like, you stop antagonizing him. Because she makes it sound like he's eating her. But she's the one that's instigating it, and she's the little one.
That's what little Cece does to Peanut all the time outside. So this was kind of crazy. I ran across this, and this is more of this, like with those insurance companies. Like I said, I just look at little tidbits of shit that I run across, and I'm like, huh, that's kind of connected. So we just saw where the insurance companies aren't going to cover shit, any injuries or illnesses accrued through war or insurrection. I don't know, man. I had this flash about today when I first saw that, and I thought, and I was watching something else. I forgot what it was, somebody's video, and I start thinking about stuff, and I thought back to Hunger Games, right? And it was like, why were those people in those districts and shit in the first place? Oh, that's right. They had a failed rebellion. Oh, fuck. And I was just thinking about that with, what if there is something and then we lose and something gets worse? I don't know, But anyway, this woman was walking in the park, walking her dog in the park, and she ran across this, and this just was posted the 29th. So this is rather new. And you got to wonder, watch how evasive this cop is, man. He's just like totally evasive.
I was walking my dog in the park when I found the sheriffs in the bushes.
That's a fucking M4, man. I think that's an M4 on there. On a tripod. So these guys have got some heavy duty fucking equipment they're working with out here.
Got super shifty.
They're cops.
When I started asking questions.
Hi. What rank are you? What's your name and badge number?
She's still following. My name is Peter. Is there anything? I mean, you can follow him if you want. You can, but is there anything I can help you with? Do you have any questions? Or?
Yeah. What are they training? What are they hoping to learn today?
Oh, I don't know. Capabilities and any deficiencies.
Capabilities to do what? And what is this gentleman's inefficiency?
I don't know yet. We're still doing training.
So we'll find out.
We'll find out.
That's a fucking sheriff's deputy, man, and he's dressed up like he's going to fucking Iraq, man. Look at this guy.
What are you hoping to teach him?
Not this guy.
So I'm just Proctor. I'm just making sure that things are safe and that everybody's got stuff going on and learning and doing what we need to do.
Learning what? You're the teacher and you can't tell me what they're learning?
I don't know. I'm just, like I said, I'm just one of the safety proctors.
You literally don't know and you're the safety proctor? How are you going to maintain their safety? I mean, what do you need to do to ensure their safety?
All sorts of stuff.
Like what? You're not sure of your job? I'm asking you what you do.
That just sounds stupid, don't it?
I know, right? He's just fucking avoiding. He's avoiding answering.
What can you do? I don't know. All kinds of stuff. What stuff? I don't know. I'm sure he doesn't know.
No, he knows.
In some respects.
Look, he's got to
He
know
knows.
what kind. He don't know even what kind. How can you be a safety?
He's not allowed to answer questions.
Right, but I mean, look at this fucking character right here. Look at this guy. That guy's totally tacked out. He's got.
They're military. I keep telling everybody they're even listed with military now. Since 9/11 and the Patriot Act, they became listed with the military.
But I mean, this guy's totally evasive. He says, she goes, but I'm thinking, how can you be a safety guy? What are you keeping them safe from? What are they doing that you'd have to make sure that they're being safe? There's Della Perry. What's up, Della Perry? Good to see you, babe. But yeah, I mean, you'd have to know something. He's purposely evading. Watch, it gets worse. I backed it up just a little bit, but
What? You're the teacher and you can't tell me what they're learning?
I don't know. I'm just, like I said, I'm just one of the safety proctors.
You literally don't know and you're the safety proctor? How are you going to maintain their safety? I mean, what do you need to do to ensure their safety?
All sorts of stuff.
Like what?
All sorts of stuff. I'm not sure.
You're not sure of your job? I'm asking you what you do.
What do you mean, what do I do?
What do you plan on doing today to ensure their safety?
So we do all sorts of stuff.
You haven't given me one example yet.
Oh.
It seems like you don't know what you do.
What do I do?
Yeah, what are you doing today?
All sorts of stuff. What do you mean?
Tell me what example of one thing you plan on doing today. Because you're evading my questions.
No, you're asking me really vague questions. I don't understand what.
No, I'm asking you literally a very clear question. What are you going to be doing today?
So today I went to breakfast. I drove down to here. We did some training stuff already. We broke for lunch.
No, I'm talking about what are you doing in your training? I don't care about your breakfast.
What am I doing in my training?
Yes, what do your trainings consist of?
Depends what our training topics are.
Today, what did it consist of today? What are you teaching these guys?
So like I said, I'm just doing the safety aspect of
it. What is your
This is why you shouldn't smoke bud before work.
What did you do today to ensure their safety aspect?
So we did notifications, we came out here, we surveyed the property, and a bunch of other stuff.
And a bunch of other stuff. That's the shit she's asking about. The bunch of other stuff, man. What's the bunch of other stuff with the M4 and the guys dressed up like they're going to fucking Iraq?
Did you deem them to be safe while being filmed? Or do you think I'm a threat while filming?
I think you're just a person that's probably concerned about what's going on. I saw you walking your dog, and that's cool. I waved to you.
Are the Imperial Beach Sheriffs here?
Imperial Beach Sheriffs?
Yes.
Are they here? Just me and you. I don't see anybody else on either direction.
I already saw your other officers hiding in the bush, so that's a lie.
Okay.
You just got caught lying.
I'm not lying to you. There's nobody else here. It's just me and you talking. I'm trying to answer questions, but I don't get what you're trying to do. Are you trying to get me to look like an idiot, or are you trying to actually learn something?
Only you can make yourself look like an idiot. I was trying to figure out what you're doing, but you couldn't answer the question.
I told you we're doing training.
What are you training them to do in our park?
So we're with the San Diego Sheriff's Department. We're not in the park. We're on a private property. And we're doing training. We're training all sorts of topics.
Look, you said no one's here. Look at all these fools.
Look at these guys.
You saw them just drive in. I don't know why you're trying to make it.
Look at those guys, man. It's fucking totally tacked out, man.
It's a big scene.
This is a big scene. This is a big scene. This park is for children, dogs, and horses.
That last guy looked like he had a gerbil in his butt the way he was walking. Here's another thing too. This was yesterday. This is also kind of weird.
Well, they keep hiring criminals, shuffling them around.
Dude, they look like gang dudes, man. I've been noticing their appearance not only becoming more and more militarized, but also more and more slovenly over time. You know, they're just their own appearance.
Well,
you
I'm
know?
also hearing more and more that they're going to be hiring a lot of these immigrants, illegal immigrants, and the police to give them jobs so that they can afford to live here.
Oh, I just heard that they've eliminated background checks on firearms for immigrants that they're bringing in. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah,
I'm putting on. Listen, if that's true, I'm putting on a sombrero. I'm going to town. We're gonna go get some guns, man. Probably get a.
Are there background
discount.
checks in the Shenandoah Valley? I was just curious.
The background checks. The NICS is federal. That came from the NRA. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. It's really a fucking worthless pain in the ass is really what it is.
But you don't have to register and all that.
Another attempt.
Or yes.
No, there's no registration here. And they claim NICS isn't a registration, but let's face it, it is. You know, do you think they just shit can the paperwork after you purchase the firearm? Of course they don't. You know? So it's, you know, this is the whole thing I tell people too, anyways. If you got when it comes time that you got to hide your guns, don't do that, man. It's time to use them. It's getting that's you don't hide.
Well, it goes right along with the fact that people said that they were going to use other countries within the United States to come against us, and that's exactly what all this. Let the immigrants in, let the illegal peoples in. They don't have to go through any proper thing. We're going to be using them for military. And now they're putting them in the police force, which is military.
Mm-hmm.
They are getting military. They're getting federal subsidies, makes them military. They're listed right in it. You can Google it.
Yeah. It's not looking good.
We're not supposed to have military on our soil, right? Unless there's a war.
Standing military. We're not supposed to have a standing army anyways. Right. We're only supposed to have a standing navy, a naval contention, right? An army is only raised if we go to war, okay? Right. And we're only supposed to be defending ourselves, but we've never have. All we ever do is go fuck with other people. That's all we ever do. We're always someplace. What do you know? That used to confuse me when I was a kid. Because when I was, I'd heard the Marine song, right? The Marine hymn.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, that's interesting, but I don't remember, I knew about World War I, World War II and shit like that, all these wars, but their song sings about, the halls of Montezuma and the shores of Tripoli. Well, that's Libya. Why are we fucking around in Libya? And I didn't know any of the history then,
Right.
But we have always been over someplace fucking with somebody.
Well, look at how many bases we have right in the United States so they can control within.
Yeah. Every state has a military base.
We are kind of the biggest bullies, and we're also kind of like the weirdest bullies because after we beat you up, yeah, I know. After we beat you up, we give you our lunch money so you can rebuild your shithole.
Yeah, right. Well, so our contractors, so that our contractors can come over and build it back, right? And get that fucking money. That's the way it works, man. But this is a bizarre scene. I don't think I've ever seen New York City look like this. This is crazy. This is from yesterday, and I figured it would be more, but wow,
this is something you'll never see in the middle of a day. 3rd Avenue in New York City. This is the future when everybody leaves and heads to Florida. They're on their way to Texas, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. Look, somebody back there. Because they've all fled the city, and it'll be a city only of criminals, homeless, emotionally disturbed, and migrants. I am Nostradamus. I see what's coming in 2024. Vast sea of emptiness.
That's pretty nuts. I don't think I've ever seen like New York City and that part of town look like that. It's usually people, especially this time of year, you know? kind
Yeah,
of
where
put
are
me in
they?
mind when
Aren't
he
they
was
all
talking
supposed to-
about that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they should all be down there. I wonder if there's something on here tonight about
I was
that.
going
There
to say, don't
probably
they
is
watch the
somewhere.
ball fall?
Let's see. Yeah, they watch that ball fall. Everybody loses their fucking mind. Let's see if we can find something about the. Let's see what Times Square looks like. Let's see if I can find Times Square.
Maybe all
if I can
the
spell
people are at Times Square and not on 3rd Avenue.
Oh my goodness! Here, wait a second. Here, there's 56,000 people watching this bizarre horse shit. Hang on, let me get this commercial will go by here in like 1 second. There we go. No, I don't want to ever give you any money for your fucking coverage. So this is live Times Square. Hold on a second. Let me.
Well, Dorothy, we have all been programmed to say we when they say the United States. It's the District of Columbia, which is a foreign entity within the states.
Why is this? Every time I move my mouse, it's changing the volume.
Because it's live.
Look at there's all these people down there with these balloons. It's live. Isn't it? Let's see if we can get a different camera view.
What's with those long, skinny? Are those balloons you said? Those long, skinny?
They look like balloons.
Like dicks.
Yeah, they look like balloons. Let's go back and look. Yeah, they look like yellow and purple balloons to me.
Probably a whole Planet Fitness thing. The color of the blue.
Yeah, that's why they're yellow and purple. I ain't trying to advertise for Planet Fitness. See if we can find another. Of course, it's not even close to time yet. It's only 10 minutes to 11. There was a live cam, like a street cam.
Yeah, it's close to 8 here. So
what's this one?
Y'all are always ahead of me.
One might be crazy. Hold on.
Yeah, well, you can
Wow,
have a video.
okay, hold
Okay,
on.
yeah, you do.
Yeah. So there's all the Planet Fitness we were looking at before right here in the background. That's the ball I guess, up there up top, right? Yeah.
That guy heard you. He's turning around trying to figure out where you
ball
are.
up top.
I could not live in
This guy
like
here,
that.
down here in the red vest. Hey, you. Hey, we're talking to you. Yeah, you in the red vest. Yeah. Over here. Come on. No, wrong way. Over here. Come here.
Right there. Right
Come
there.
to us.
There's Submarine.
Join the panel. You dumb bastard. You turned around.
I just couldn't live in a place like that with all the things lit up and the signs and the concrete jungle everywhere around you.
Yeah, you got to have some way to connect with the earth.
Shit. You know, an interesting thing. That was one of the reasons a lot of men use these walking sticks and canes with the metal tips and the handles on them, was because then as you could stay grounded to the earth.
Oh,
I think that I'm going to start doing that, man. We fucking insulate ourselves from the earth. We wear rubber soles on our feet, which you don't get that. Man, I've done it I'm going to do this when the weather gets good again. I'm going to do it on a video with the voltmeter and take your shoes off. And then when you look at the sun, it fucking goes.
Your sound.
My sound is
Yeah,
messing.
you're cutting in and out a little bit.
Cutting out and now a little
right,
bit, and then just a second ago you're talking really super fast.
Yeah, it was speedy.
Yeah, like it's showing my internet is funky wonky right now. Let me pop out of here. Just hang tight.
Speedy solves all this. Well,
Right.
he's gone. You know, Dreamy. I have to kind of apologize to you a little bit. The other day we talked over you, both Sav and I, completely talked over you, and you had a question. Now I'm not exactly sure if it was a science experiment, but you were asking about the dam and how they knew how to buy the properties and how many properties to buy.
Oh no, I know how they do it. My dad did survey.
Is that any better?
Oh yes, you sound much better. Welcome back. I know how they do it. That's why, you know, people that do not comprehend the nature of water and think we live on a globe is because of that very thing. They do not comprehend how water actually works. And you can't live on a ball if your water is telling you that you can't do that. You know, the water says, hey, this is all I can do for you, and it never once wraps around anything and sticks to it. So that was all I was talking about, because like reservoirs, they have to go out, survey the land and the dips and the valleys and whatever, so that they know where the level of the water, once that
they pretty much use
up,
the math of the how much volume is in the valley, and from there they extrapolate how much water will be there when they release the dam.
right. And also the level from shore to shore. You know, one shore is going to be the same level as the other shore. We can't have a lower level shoreline than another.
Well, yeah.
Otherwise, we lose
not
our
disputing
water.
that.
So, you know, and being 120, didn't I say 120 miles long, Sovereign, is Lake Mead. I don't remember how big Lake Powell is, but I looked up Lake Mead because I've gone over the Hoover Dam many times. And
it was a pretty good question. We just kind of talked over it. I wanted to let you know I'm sorry that we talked over it, you know.
It happens. It's all right. We all live and move on, right?
Right.
Found some cool Apollo shit, man. This was I remember this, man. I was glued to the TV all the time about this shit. I thought it was the most fantastic thing ever. I was like, oh my God. And my mom and dad were all hyped up about it. My grandfather, he didn't think it was real at all. And I thought it was just like, I looked at him and I was like, well, he's probably just because he's old and, you know, they get set in their ways and shit. And here I am now going, wow, Grandpa was right.
Altitude now 21,000 feet, still looking very good. And they should be down to 800 miles an hour forward speed, about 102 miles an hour vertical speed. Velocity down now to 1,200 feet per second. You're looking great, Eagle.
Okay, I'm still on flu, so we may tend to lose as we gradually pitch over. Let me try auto again now, see what happens.
Roger.
Okay, looks like it's holding.
Roger, we got good data.
See if you can figure out what the fuck are these people talking about on the radio, because it just sounds like little snips of conversation that they just like stuck in there. It's like, you know, what are they actually saying?
They're following their flight plan almost unbelievably closely to this point. 7 minutes, 30 seconds.
Their flight plan.
16,300 feet.
Turn north. What?
Eagle, Houston, it's descent to fuel to monitor, over.
Houston, is it too late to mention that I forgot my underwear?
13,005.
Final radar check coming up.
9,100 feet per second.
Made it switch over time, please, Houston.
Roger, stand by. You're looking great at 8 minutes.
So is that supposed to be the moon, or is that Earth?
No, that's the moon.
Oh, that's the moon. Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering if it was Earth covered in clouds or something.
No, they'd have changed the color of it. Made it a little bluer or something.
Fighter says we're go. Altitude 9,200 feet. 830, you're looking great.
I think they're scrolling the moon. When I say scrolling, using the same pattern.
We copy. Or about 80 miles an hour.
It's a good thing they got that magic foil.
Coming up on high gate, the next critical point.
The moon landing brought to you by Reynolds Wrap.
We're now in the approach phase of it.
NASA didn't go to the moon. Reynolds aluminum went to the moon. God dang it.
Everything looking good. Altitude 5,200 feet.
Curtain rods by Bath Bed and Beyond.
Manual attitude control is good.
And how did they decide how they were going to maneuver this thing before they ever got there? They didn't ever talk about that.
I understand. Go for landing. 3,000 feet.
They used science.
Yeah, well, I'm done with science. He's been an asshole and a liar all my life.
Where go? Same tide. Where go?
2,000 feet. 2,000 feet.
Oh, here it goes. No, it does say it's an ABC simulation, but nevertheless, we were all glued to this as though it was real. And as long as they had those,
I saw ABC.
I was going to mention that, but I was just being very kind and waiting. I was going to mention at the end of that, did you notice that said it was a simulation?
Oh yeah, the thing we were glued to this. I remember people were glued to this shit, man. They were watching this simulation on ABC. They were watching it, and we were listening. We're listening to that, Roger numbers are nominal, and all this dumb shit that they just say. And it's like, what the fuck are they even talking about? Nothing. It's just there. It's serving the same purpose as music does in a movie.
Yeah, I was trying not to bring it up in the middle to disrupt everything, but it looks fake because it is fake, sir.
I was looking I was looking right past those. I saw the ABC, just ignored the rest of it. But I was looking at the pattern to see if it was a seamless texture they're using and just scrolling the moon. And I saw a couple of spots where it looked like it was the same thing I'd already seen. Yeah. So that I was just bypassing that. Good catch, though.
Yeah, they were just trying to, it kept us captivated. I know.
Altitude 1,600. 1,400 feet, still looking very good.
I think I could have done a better job with this animation. I wouldn't have had that fire doing that. I would have been
looks like a grasshopper.
35 degrees, 750, coming down to 23.
Don't the head of it look like a grasshopper?
It does. It looks like a locust.
100 feet down at 19. 540 feet down at 30. Down at 15.
Here it goes. Get ready.
At 400 feet down at 9.
400. Nominal.
Skate forward. 10 and 50 feet down at 4. 30, 3.5 down. They're pegged on horizontal velocity. 300 feet down, 3.5. 47 forward. Put up. On 1.5 down. 70.
All right, get ready. The Eagle has landed here in about another minute.
At the shadow out there. 50 down at 2.5. 19 forward. Altitude, velocity, light. 3.5 down. 220 feet. 13 forward. 11 forward, coming down nicely. 200 feet. 4.5 down. 5.5 down.
What are those cuts for?
160 feet. 6.5 down. 5.5 down. 9 forward. Good.
Brought to you by duct tape.
Right.
Deal. 3.5 down. 9 forward. 5%. How many bites?
Here it goes. This is hovering there. The first time they test flew that thing on Earth, it almost killed Armstrong. He was test flying that fucking thing. He had to eject.
60 seconds. Lights on.
Never
Down
test
2.5.
fluid again.
Forward. Forward. At 40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up some dust. 30 feet, 2.5 down. Straight shadow. 4 forward. 4 forward. Drift into the right a little. 20, down a half. 30 seconds forward. Okay.
They didn't make it their simulation very realistic, though.
Look at that curvature on the fucking thing, too, man. That moon's little.
Yes, but look at, okay, if you have that much energy coming out of the base of that thing, where's all that moon dust at? It should just be flying up and floating all over space, right?
When they did the simulation, of course, of this, and of course this was with the first moon landing, you know, they supposedly weren't sure what the surface was like, and the astronauts even said that they weren't sure if they stepped out, if they'd just sink down and, you know, like to 8 feet of dust or like talcum powder, or what would happen. Of course, that makes a good story. Right.
But when you watch the other things from NASA, if you pay attention, when they're walking around, little puffs of dust are coming up around their feet. Now, if they say there's no gravity and there's nothing up there and things just fly around precariously.
Well, I don't think the globetards say that there's no gravity up there.
It's 1/6.
Yeah.
1/6 Earth's gravity on the moon, because after all, the mass, they have this figured out, and I'm trying to figure out who figured out the mass of the Earth in the first fucking place, and how was that done? Come on.
We copy you down, Eagle. Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
People breathing.
Thank you.
You know, and that's probably true. That would probably be true. The people in that control room, because the people in that control room, they've been working with simulators on those same computer screens, getting readouts and all, just putting it together to put this story together, right? And so the only difference was this time they said, okay, this is the real deal. They're still just getting data on a computer screen. From
Dude
God
was
knows
reading
where,
a
really.
script.
Right.
The dude was reading a script. I doubt that anyone held their breath.
You're looking good here.
Well, yeah, they did. They had to know when to stand up and start clapping.
Okay, we'll be busy for a minute.
The moon is made of cheese. Might be.
I'll get the stuff prepared.
So we cut the cheese. Oh, yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, it was quite a disappointment that we had no space. I will say, even though I lived on flat level plane here, I am disappointed that we're never going to get to go to space. I did have my heart set on that Jetson car and the you know, apartment in way up there in space.
Oh yeah. I thought, all right. When they put up that thing up in Seattle, that needle, I was like, all right, we're on our way, right? We just stopped.
Oh.
Didn't look like the most efficient use of space to me. You know?
But they shouldn't have lied about them spaceships we all have.
People sat here enamored with this fucking thing.
One of the coolest things, though, is that drone that China created. That's a man drone. You can get in it, and you can just tell it where you want it to take you, and it will take you. It's a drone. And I think that was awesome.
Armstrong and Aldrin have made it.
They've done it. Armstrong and Aldrin.
Neil Armstrong's first words would be, "This is Tranquility Base." Tranquility Base.
Copy, now 60, now 43. Roger, we have it. Yes, sir, I read Columbia,
I've seen drones go down. I don't know if I really want to hop on board one.
Nah. I kind of want to be in control of shit like that. You know, I don't want to be in a self-driving car. I don't want to do none of that shit where there's just run by a computer. I don't trust robots, man. Never could get. I won't even use the self-checkout just because I don't trust it.
Well, you can even load it up with stuff and send it to somebody else's house and then have it come right back to you. I mean, I'm not against technology. It's how it's used that I'm against.
And there seems to be an absence of drama and emotion in Armstrong and Aldrin's voice. They're busy checking out the.
So there's emotion in Aldrin's voice. I'm sure there is.
And how are they going to know that soon? They're on the moon, right? Billion miles away or whatever it is.
238,000 miles.
Yeah.
So if you remember, I told you my grandfather worked for NASA.
Mm-hmm.
If you notice, the tanks on this are not orange; they're white, which lets you know that it's one of the first. It's the Columbia, and it's on its test launch. There's no person flying this right now. It's a AI robot flying the rocket up into space, and it's an actual photograph that's like stuck to the board with 4 positions, and behind it used to have a border around it, a really nice border, but I left it with my grandmother for a few years and it got damaged, and this is what I ended up getting back. But around it is the signatures of everybody who helped build and the original test pilots of that rocket.
I remember the very first ones, they had them tied up on the back of a big Boeing and took them up real high. And that's how they were getting them up to begin with. But I think that was just to get them to glide or bring them in. But I always wondered how the hell at something that heavy, they could get it up there on a plane like that. Pretty amazing. But anyway, I'd have to see them actually be able to get through. I don't know how anybody can ever claim that they're going to any place such as space when it's like, all right, I need an explanation as to how you get through the containment. There's and of course, inevitably they always say what containment. It's like the containment that must inevitably exist in order for us to have air pressure. That one.
Yeah, I don't know if they do it, but I know that, I mean, it just kind of feels neat to have like a little piece of history like that. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. Listen, I do stuff like that, even trivial things. Like, I reenacted the Battle of Cedar Creek one time, and that was a cool one. It was one of those where you see the elephant. There were so many reenactors that it was almost real. You know, it was like it was real. And, it was done on the actual battlefield. And I took a little piece of rock when I got shot. And right there by where I laid, I saw there was this rock, little piece of a big rock that had broke off. And I picked it up and I took it home with me. I wrote Cedar Creek and the date and everything on it. I keep that. You know,
that's the rock that was there when you died, huh?
Yeah. I died in the movie Gettysburg 3 separate times. 3 different scenes. They had so many of us up there for extras. It was crazy, man. Here's right up Steamy Dreamy. That's what we're gonna call her, AKA. If you notice that I altered your name, Dreamy, did you see that? The little white line underneath your thing that says AKA
Yes.
Roseanne Barr.
Oh yeah, I did. Remember, I said something about it last night.
This is kind of
Well,
up
I
your
seem
alley.
like you did.
She's like, how do you do that? Because I am the master of the channel. That's why.
Ever looked at your birth certificate? Have you noticed the red CUSIP numbers on the bottom? CUSIP is the acronym for Committee on Uniform Security Identification Procedures, a committee of the American Bankers Association. A CUSIP number is used to identify a financial asset or bond. This bond is a security note on the New York Stock Exchange. Why? because you are worth money to the international bank that bought your identity during the bankruptcy of America in 1933.
Yep. This is
The
what
birth
I was talking
certificate
about.
became the identification of the monetization of the spirit and body of a living human being. With the existence of the birth certificate, your straw man was born, the artificial, legal, on paper you. And this artificial you represents the debt America will never be able to pay off. In 1913, the Federal Reserve Act was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson. And prior to that, Americans owned property free and clear of mortgages or taxes. The Federal Reserve is a maritime lender, operating on interest and taxes. When the United States went bankrupt in 1933, the international bankers swooped in, and the United States government pledged to sell everyone out by leveraging our future earnings, labor, and assets as collateral to back all of the money the government borrowed. As an added bonus, our government also pledged our federal territories, national parks, and nonprofit organizations. And because of this power play by the international bankers in 1933, London still runs and owns the United States. Until the Federal Reserve is completely abolished and we return to the gold standard, the United States is 100% controlled. Do not fool yourself to think otherwise. So back to the straw man. The straw man is your legal persona. It is the name on your birth certificate displayed in all capital letters. Capital equals money. Your marriage license, your car title, your health insurance, the list goes on. Your straw man exists to confuse you into thinking that you actually own everything you buy. The straw man is the artificial you, and if the artificial you fails to make a payment, the powers that be can take your car, shut off your energy, your cable, turn off your water, and even take your child away. When your child is born, the minute you sign their birth certificate, they become a ward of the state. And if you don't follow their rules...
Yeah, are you muted?
If you don't do it, they'll take your child from you.
And they will not let you leave the hospital with your child until you sign that. They will take it and put it into custody immediately without your signature.
Yeah. It's amazing the amount of power they assume over people. Well, and it's willingly given, really, you know, and then when it comes down to you go, wait, what do you mean? What are you saying? That I can't do this. Yeah, well, back here, and it's almost as like the joke. People don't realize they've done it. It's kind of like that joke that I've said about, you know, oh yeah, you agreed to the terms and conditions to play Candy Crush, you know, but did you look on page 5,691, paragraph C, subsection H, where it says that we can come and take your kidney anytime we want to? Yeah, well, you agreed to that. What? I just wanted to play Candy Crush. I just wanted to drive a car. I just wanted Donald Trump for president. Yeah, well, you went and played in the game, man. So you contracted. You ever wonder what's in the Mickey Mouse, the Club 33 down in Disney?
What do you mean, what's in it?
There's a Club 33. It's like this down at Disney World. And I guess you have to be high-level Mason or whatever, and you have to pay dues to be in this thing, and it's a pretty good sum of money every year.
Yes.
But this is a picture of...
Because in the law or in the rules, it says if you have a club, people must pay a portion to be part of the membership.
It's called Club 33.
Right. That
and
says
it has
all, don't it?
The Masonic. So this is Chrissy Teigen at Club 33. This is what they got. This is at Disney World, my friends.
Yeah, I definitely came back at the wrong time.
Yeah, I was just saying, this is Club 33. That's Chrissy Teigen, Club 33 at Disney World.
Woody Mouse.
Yeah, Woody Mouse. Absolutely. That's a good one. I like that. You know, I mean, but it just makes you wonder, man. There's some more from inside that place too, I think. Let me see. No. Until I purchased a new house, this is at the here's at the Club 33. This is some of the you can see, and of course hang on.
Oh, did you hear about
checkered
all
floors and all this other bullshit that's in here?
Did you hear about the mayors and all the different people in all the different cities all over Florida because of the new rule? They have to give up everything they own, money, home, cars.
They have to disclose. They have to disclose all their finances.
Yep.
Yeah, and
so they're
all these
like flies.
Yeah, entire city councils, mayors, and shit are resigning out of towns in Florida. I thought it was funny as shit. It's like, whoa! It was sort of like turn on a light and watch the cockroaches run.
Right.
You know, it's like why do you have a problem displaying that? You know, why do you have? What's the problem if everything's on the up and up? I mean, what if something like that? If you was to do that federally, right?
Yeah.
And already, I mean, we know the kind of shenanigans Pelosi's do with the stocks and it directly influencing commerce regulation that they write and put into action. So, you know, can you say insider trading?
Well, recall Trump had to put all his stuff into trust, and he was not allowed to touch it during his presidency. It was supposed to be stayed separate away from him. He couldn't do any kind of business. And I do think that it's already in the federal realm. But who in the federal realm
who's going to enforce
business and doing what they're supposed to do? They're not. They're raking in the money.
Well, other than crazy Florida men and women, who's running Florida? Who's the governor at the moment?
Santos or
DeSantis.
DeSantos or whatever. Little short dude with high
heel
heel
boots. Kind of curious because I had forgot.
Little short dude with high heel boots.
The whole state's kind of messed up. That's where the whole Florida man came from. I mean, if you ever just look up Florida man, it's hilarious.
Well, my thoughts are the people in those locations, those cities, are they paying attention? Do they realize what they can do at this moment in time? And are they going to do it? You know, do you get what I'm saying? Or are the people so stupid they're going to create chaos for themselves so that they end up getting completely taken over?
Man,
there's a window of opportunity here to take back what's rightfully theirs.
The state could sink. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't have. You know, when they say, "Oh, we're in a government shutdown," cool. Don't open that fucking thing back up. What are you doing? Shut up.
Well,
you know.
Well, that's why I'm saying this is a major opportunity for those that lived in those places. This is a huge opportunity for them to shut down all the bullshit. But are they awake and willing to do that? That's just a question. Well, I can see it, but I don't know if they can.
Well, here's the big thing too. I see people, you know, I'm like, we need to just get rid of the government. And they go like, well, what do we replace it with? And I'm like, nothing.
Ourselves?
You know, nothing. You know, it's sort of like if you went and had a big, huge cancer tumor taken out of you, would you have the surgeon replace it with a different cancer tumor?
Well, when I said ourselves, I meant we govern ourselves.
Yeah, I mean,
I tend to think, though, without some sort of governing body, you know, let's say that all of a sudden one day, tomorrow, as a matter of fact, let's say the U.S. government completely fell. It had absolutely no funding or anything. And, you know, we of course, we have military equipment, but it won't be a matter of seconds before some other country that does have a governance and a military that's functioning to come in and try to take over. Now, yeah, we can fight back, and I'm sure we would eventually win. I mean, just in general, the human species is resilient, and that's not just to say American, that's just to say we are. But it would still be definitely not a pleasant time, the transition between what eventually ends up evolving into a new government. You know, every time I hear about these ideas of removing government, I also hear about principles and ideas of creating basically the same thing as a new government, just, you know, the same old boss, just under a new name.
Well, a lot of those things, though, that people say, well, another country would come in here and just do this, that, and the other. Those are hypotheticals that really based on not a whole lot of evidence. And I have some evidence to the contrary of that, because while our military was being busily engaged in theaters of the Pacific and parts of Europe, you know, Germany and Italy as well, the one big reason that the Germans never tried to invade, and they talked about it. They actually were working on a plan to come into the United States through Mexico, and also the Japanese, and they wouldn't do it for one simple reason. And it's the fact that the American public is mostly armed, but they've been slowly eroding that away over the last 70 years, right? But that still applies.
I support an armed America.
I think that's still,
I support an armed America.
Sure, I think that still applies. So right now we are probably the weakest militarily that we've ever been, and yet no one's looking to come attack us or invade us or any other such thing. And this is what perplexes me, is why we would rattle sabers with people that could easily stomp our ass, which is the case right now, unless war is being used as a diversion from other, you know, from being destroyed from within. I don't know. I'm still trying to dissect how that plan works out. But the inevitability of our government collapsing, as it already has, that's inevitable. I mean, it's not only going to happen, it's happening now. It's happening right now as we speak. And
no world government really lasts forever.
No. And I think that they're throwing it right into just pitching it. I believe that this is the end of this part of the empire. And where that's going to lead to, I don't know. But I have to look at this whole idea that I cannot be safe or function without government. That's an age-old trick. And that I don't put a lot of validity into it, because really, my daily life, government has so little to do with it other than the impositions that it places on me on a daily basis. That's the only thing I see government doing in my life. I don't see them as protecting me from anyone, because they're constantly trying to get into wars. I don't see them providing any kind of security for the rights that are my inalienable rights. I don't see them securing those, as is their function.
But you don't see another world.
Instead of going by law, they are not going by actual so-called law, what people call law. They're going by the UCC code, because these are all private corporations. However, they're providing supposedly things, you know, for the public. And if you go in and you read up what a corporation does and how it works, and you comprehend the business aspect, and then you read the UCC codes and everything, that's how they're able to get away with not really paying any taxes, because they're basically providing a public service, quote unquote. So this country has not been a republic or democracy or anything of the sort. It has been a corporation since Abraham Lincoln. He wrote the Reconstruction. That was the big lie and cover up. They were doing that while keeping everybody engaged in war so that they could get this set up and in place. And then you can thank Abraham Lincoln for being such a good little boy and doing what the king wanted.
Well, it definitely was. And this is what this is what is so mind-boggling. And there again, we've been being gaslighted a lot. They call the Confederacy or the secessionist states of rebellion, when in reality, what was going on was the federalization of our confederation, which is what the United States was. A confederation. And Lincoln this is why he was viewed by many as a tyrant, because he was assuming powers and granting himself and the federal government powers that they didn't have. And so he was turning the Confederacy into a federal democracy. And it's like, no, we're not, that's not what we signed up for. We're out. Nope.
No, I read the Reconstruction. They turned it into a corporation. That's what Abraham's job was to do. Right when he wrote the Reconstruction, they had agreed to this, that, and another thing, right? And they had everybody paying attention to the war while this was going on behind closed doors.
Well, initially, that was the whole reason.
If you read that document, you'll find out a whole lot that you probably thought you knew and didn't, because I did.
Here's an interesting thing. You can find them online too. Really interesting. A publication that was very popular in the day, in both North and South, was called Harper's Weekly, and you can look up old archives of that, and you can listen. It paints a completely different story as to what we've been fed, and you start seeing some of the shit that was going on prior, right? Because this whole idea of this federalization of the states, right? And it's not supposed to be that. It was we had that right. We wanted to remain a confederation as we were, right? And a lot of people were viewing Lincoln's whole thing. He was viewed as a tyrant. I got a wanted poster for Lincoln that was put up around in the South. I'm not shitting.
Damn, I would like one of those.
Yeah, I mean, it talks about that's right here on the wall. Hang on, let me go.
Well, why don't you start printing them suckers? And oh, I'm just teasing you.
This is pretty cool. You can see.
I have big sheets. They were given out by a thrift store back in the 70s, and it's a printout of the Constitution, Bill of Rights, and Battle Hymn of Republic, and the store gave them out.
So this here says wanted Abraham, quote, honest Abe, unquote, Lincoln, aka 16th president of the United States of America and first to violate the United States Constitution with impunity. He wanted for treason, crimes against humanity, war crimes, false imprisonment, and conspiracy to all of the above. This person is best known under the name of Honest Abe, which is an alias cleverly employed by his egalitarian and socialist supporters. He is known to have suspended the United States Constitution when it suited his aims and to have suspended the writ of habeas corpus.
Yep.
It is estimated that over 40,000 northern civilians were illegally imprisoned in federal military prisons under his orders. Additionally, thousands of southern civilians were subject to rape, murder, looting, destruction of private property, and loss of the most basic of human and civil rights by his federal representatives. He is known to lie eloquently and quote scripture to achieve his aims and to employ his like-minded radicals to ruthlessly execute their treasonous and selfish agenda. Be advised, this man is dangerous.
So, as I was saying earlier, you don't think that some nation that already has air superiority and already has sea superiority with the lack of air superiority of the U.S. Army or Air Force, that they wouldn't see this giant chunk of land only defended by citizens with standard weapons, or maybe even some military equipment that they, manage to get their hands on and learn how to run. But it would seem like a very weak target if you already have air superiority, where you can just drop bombs and tell the people
Can I
give up.
answer that for you?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. We have military. You're right. Our military should not be over bullying somebody else. They have no business being over.
Oh, I agree with that.
They're
Yeah,
our security, for our security. But no, they're not. They're not being our security. They're over there terrorizing other people. So DC, if our military guys really wanted to, they can tell DC to shove it. We'll only stand guard over the states, because we've united. Because actually, every state is actually independent, like their own country. If you go in and start reading some of the documentation, you'll see that. So like say here, we're in my state, Washington. If all the military stayed strictly here to take care of our region, if we need others, we can call them in, right, if we're attacked, and vice versa. But they don't need the federal government, the District of Columbia anyways, right?
Yeah, I believe that our military could probably do, not probably, our military
I don't think
should,
we
should most certainly be defending our homeland before ever, much before. I don't understand why there's an Iron Dome on some other country's soil that guarantees no rockets will come over, but there's no such thing here in the U.S. Yes, I understand we don't have rockets being launched at us, but should the case ever happen, wouldn't it be really freaking nice to have that Iron Dome that we spent a lot of darn money on right here protecting our land?
Well, while they're all overseas, they can't be protecting us here. That's like asking a cop to protect.
I understand in some cases why it was put there, such as like Kuwait, pretty much the same reason I was saying. When you end up without a government and you have land, regardless of how the people arm themselves, a government that has more power will always want your land. That's how it has happened since the beginning of man, since the first caveman set up his cave better than the other caveman. That caveman came over and took his
I don't
cave.
believe that nonsense. We ain't fucking come from caves.
I'm gonna give you a recent example. I'm going to give you a recent example.
Lands.
We ain't that dumb. Look at the ancient buildings.
I can give you a recent example. There's this little place in Southeast Asia. Has some of the richest farmland and great place for resources anywhere in the world. It's called Vietnam. And the United States, with its superior firepower, intellect, and military college-trained officers, went there for a number of years before the U.S. and got their asses handed to them by a bunch of little people that were barefoot in black pajamas. The French pulled out. We went in. We got our asses handed to us by little barefoot people in black pajamas. It's not the weapon. It's the heart behind the weapon. Nothing is as tenacious as a people fighting for their homes and their land. This is why the Confederacy was kicking the North's ass up until it turned to an aggressive campaign north. As soon as they tried to go north, it was all done. But as long as they held a defensive campaign, North was getting their asses kicked. Bad.
The Vietnamese, though, are very, very resilient people. And I mean, we are absolutely not. If the power goes out for a couple of hours, everybody's crying like babies. So I don't really see that same type of defense capabilities here.
Resourceful. Back in, I think it was the 12th or 13th century, China tried to come in at them from the sea.
Yeah, they're crazy. You're not taking my junk.
They put spikes in the water and timed it out for high tide when these fucking ships would come in, and they sunk them. They sunk damn near almost all the Chinese vessels before they even got to land. I mean, these people are all the time figuring out crazy shit to defend themselves.
Yeah.
We can be that way too.
We could definitely, but I don't think we're in that state at the moment. We're more in the buttercup puffy.
Yep. We're domesticated declawed cats. If you don't have the master and the can opener, you're fucked, right?
Also, what
it's a mouse.
I was going to say, what became of whenever Donald Trump said that we weren't going to be supporting these other countries that weren't putting in their fair share? Whatever became of that? I didn't really follow that too closely, but just at some of what we're talking about, that made me think, made the wheels turn. You know what I mean? Because we're seeing them send money to other countries. We know it's a money laundering scheme because we're seeing it played out right in, plain sight. But we are also surety that's been supporting the entire world. And DC, being the head of the military industrial complex, they cover that in every country. They're all part of the same team. That's why they formed the UN. In the first place, they get together, play these little games, and have everybody. Because even with Vietnam, we know that the soldiers were lied to the same as they were during the Desert Storm. And then this dude that was out in the cave somewhere in Afghanistan, living like a caveman. I'm sorry, but I don't buy into all that for the main and simple reason. You can look back over just what we have as far as buildings, ancient ruins. Those people weren't stupid. They weren't dumb. They weren't idiots, but yet they paint this picture like we were cavemen.
Yeah, man.
And we went out and dragged animals in by the nape of their neck and cut their heads off and threw them in a fire and roasted them. That's stupidity.
I am really sorry for mentioning cave. I was just trying to say, since the first man settled a piece of land as his, I mean, I wasn't really like, I
get you. I'm just saying though, but that's the picture that's been painted for us, right?
The Flintstones.
Yeah, that was really grounded in everybody's head, right?
See, I used to believe in that dinosaur caveman bullshit. And in fact, when I was really young, we went to the University of Michigan Natural History Museum, and I saw dinosaurs and shit. Got to talk to a paleontologist even, right? And I decided I wanted to be a paleontologist. And I was into dinosaurs and all that shit. And the Flintstones, I would be pissed off about the Flintstones because I was like, God, why don't they know that dinosaurs and humans never existed at the same time? Jesus, these guys are stupid. And I'd get all upset about it, But
see, in Texas, there was proof that there was, and that was one of the biggest contingents at Dinosaur State Park, is how they were destroying the footprints that were fossilized into the riverbed there.
But were they really dinosaurs? Maybe
some very big kind of animals with some feet bigger than people's, and I don't know what they were. Call them what you will, but as far as the fossils and things through that area, it's like these giant trees in Arizona, that are now petrified wood chunks that are bigger around than a human is tall. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that we don't know, and a lot of things that are hidden.
I'm not going to say right or wrong on that one, but if the conditions are right to make fossilized dinosaur tracks, wouldn't it couldn't possibly maybe that the conditions be right later to make fossilized human tracks right next to the ancient dinosaur tracks?
Very
Well,
easily.
let's
Yeah.
think about this a little bit. Good point. How big were the giants? Some listed as 12 something feet tall, right? So if you have giant people, wouldn't you might have some giant animals? What is it? The Komodo dragon is supposed to be like an ancient dinosaur still, you know, one of the ancients is still living here. What's that fish? The sturgeon is a prehistoric fish. You know what I mean? So we have to look at it in scale. What was the scale at that time? And what's the scale now? And wouldn't your animals be big like your people? And if all the people shrunk, then all the animals would shrink, right?
So somebody, Don had said, he said, well, we didn't have jungle fighting experience in Vietnam. That's why Fort Polk was called Tiger Island or Tigerland. That was as close to jungle fighting as the United States had. Not true. We had the United States Marine Corps had all kinds of experience, as did the Army in islands in the Pacific during World War II. So yeah, we did. We did.
All my uncles, my dad's brothers was in Vietnam, except my dad. He was flat-footed, and at that time they wouldn't let him in the military. Plus, he had a family. But the other three went, and
Not
they
all
all
of
came back. And
not all of Vietnam is jungle either. This is another misconception people have.
yeah,
Right.
like when they say that this is an evergreen state, and most of the state is not covered with trees.
Right. So Vietnam has every climate known to Earth in that little country. That's no shit.
Yeah.
They got snow-capped mountains, there's jungles, there's deltas, there's temperate zones, just like here in the United States. So if you were down in Louisiana or Fort Polk, that type of conditions, but as you go north, that changes. You get midway to the United States, it's nothing like down in Fort Polk. Same thing in Vietnam. I took an entire class on Vietnam.
I'm gonna have to dip out here. I have some work to do and gotta finish off my night before going to lay down.
Right on. Well, Happy New Year to you, and thanks for coming up.
Happy New Year. Be good, everybody.
All right, yo. Yeah, I took an entire course on Vietnam, and got into the history of how and why we got into it. Of course, again, they can give whatever excuse, but the real reasoning behind it was to protect Western interests in Southeast Asia, because as I mentioned, it was very rich, and as Zuckwillen was pulling up there, that people want that shit, right? So they're going to come in with their might and try to take it. But under the army of the Viet Minh with Ho Chi Minh, while the French occupied, it was known as French Indochina, and they had kind of their little bighorn with a battle called Dien Bien Phu. And after that massacre, the French decided to pull out. In fact, they urged the United States, don't go in. It's a losing cost, man. You're never going to get them. You're never going to do it. Yeah. And basically our weapons manufacturers said, oh, good. That's good. It means a good, long, prolonged war. Lots of sales. We're going to be making the money now. Let's do it. So go grease those politicians, baby. Right? Yeah. Holy shit. The corruption, it's always involved with it too, at every level. People try to profiteer off of it.
Well, see, that's the thing that I see is people don't realize it's all commerce. Mm-hmm. They're participating, and they've got us thinking that, by, like, say, voting, then we become a U.S. citizen. But that's just so they can fleece us.
Yeah.
Because the people don't know that that this is a business contract and they have right to negotiate.
You joined a club and they're going to get their dues. That's
Exactly.
What's up. That's
Yes.
what's up.
But that's what I'm saying. But the people themselves, you know, as a whole, don't realize that they can negotiate these contracts. Nothing is set in stone. Nothing.
Now, y'all, we got another 11 minutes until we hit the new year over here on the East Coast.
How long?
And what I'll do here playing in the background,
Oh,
I got the wrong fucking thing up as
you got
usual.
your popcorn.
I do have popcorn. And it's hot cocoa and marshmallow flavored.
I have them salty chocolate caramels.
Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh.
I know you like those too.
I do, man.
They're my favorites. My daughter got me a big thing of them for Christmas.
Here, oh, look, they got some kind of act playing on the thing. Oh, so here's the countdown, y'all. It's getting ready. I'm going to share this screen. It's almost 2024 and everything's going to be completely fucking different in less than 10 minutes.
Sean Hawkins said, my wife's black boyfriend and I would like to wish each and every one of you a happy new year.
Thanks, Sean Eunuch Hawkins. Jesus Christ. You need to roll by.
That was worth reading.
Yeah, I know, right? You need to roll by, bro. Need a tune-up on this fucking thing. 10 more minutes. No, we're even down less than that now. Look at these people are just losing their fucking minds. There's somebody with the Israel flag, of course, because I support the current thing. People are retarded. Let's hear what they're saying.
I feel sorry for the big city people. That's who I feel sorry for. Because they don't know what reality is. They've lived in
when legendary singer-songwriter Paul Anka brings the world together with a special version of his song My Way, followed by John Lennon's Imagine.
Oh, that's my favorite song, My Way.
New York!
My mom got to go see Paul Anka on her anniversary. Front row, Fox Theater in Detroit. She got her hand touched by Paul Anka.
Oh, sweet. I bet that made her night.
It did.
Here, this is for all of us.
Oh no.
From me to you.
I'd let you all enjoy this wonderful song, but they'll probably copyright strike me for it. So
we can pull it up on a different YouTube channel and listen.
Right.
My favorite song is My Way because that's what I always do. I do things my way. I don't care what your way is. I still do it my way.
Stavely says he was in this madness one year, 2003. Said he hates it. Hated it.
Oh my gosh. I would not last it.
Oh yeah. Hey, nobody's wearing masks. I don't think that they tried to run it, or at least they're still trying to run it this time. And I don't think so. It's getting a lot of traction this time. You? I mean, I really don't see it getting a lot of traction. I don't think we're going to see the mass insanity that we saw the last 3 years.
Well, I don't know about that one.
If you know the song, you can sing this along with it.
That's yet to be. Disarming harm.
I did it my way. Right. Good old Paul. Good old Paul. It's only a couple of more minutes left, man. That's it. And everything's going to be better. Everything's going to be
I
much
bet you
better.
everybody's going to go home. go to sleep, and it's going to start their day the same as they did today, tomorrow.
Wonder how many of them people will be. Wonder how many of them people will be mugged or something before they get home. There's no way you get me to go to New York City for anything. Fuck that place. I have no desire to go to any city. They suck. They usually smell like piss too. You ever notice that?
Well, I just feel sorry for them because they don't, especially like the ones that were born there, lived there their whole lives, still continue to live there and work there. And they have no idea about the, real world. Me and a friend of mine, we had this guy believing, we were joking around, but we had this little saying, if somebody was listening, there's ears in the cornfield. Well, one day we mentioned, those candy corns.
Mm-hmm.
And we had this guy in his 50s believing that they grew in the cornfield because he's from a big city. He's from DC. Big city, lives there his whole life. So he'd never seen them grow. And we're like, yeah, they just turn the corn into candy.
Oh my God.
He believed it. I mean, so I feel sorry for city people. I did, maybe it was a terrible thing, but there was these city people that came out to go camping there in Texas where we lived. And the dummies drove right into a sand pit. Well, the sand was just super soft. They thought they were going to dig themselves out. And so they proceeded to dig. I proceeded to laugh at a campsite not very far from there because I just couldn't believe that these people thought they could dig their way out. And so I'm laughing, every now and then I go over to the edge of the hole and see how far they were. Because by the time they got up to like the low part of the windows, and this is a jacked up Bronco, full size Bronco, jacked up. It was their first camping trip, and they're in a hole digging all day. So I guess it was around 4:00 in the evening, and I heard them, some of them cussing pretty heavy and just going to leave this damn thing there and call somebody come get them. So I walked over there and I told them, don't y'all know how to get, and I mean, there's like 20 guys, people from the campsites, even our own campsite, the guys were over there helping. This is what made it even funnier to me because there's a freaking river like 15, 20 feet away from them. And they're going to dig in this sand, and they dug it all the way up to the window, the hood of the Bronco, and it's down in a hole. I told them, now if you just take and slant the front part down, I said, and go down there if you got jugs and what have you, and carry some of that water up here and soak this sand down. You can drive right on out of there.
Oh God.
But I let them go from like 9:00 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon. They were out in 30 minutes. Because to me, it's logical. And I'm thinking all these men around here, everybody digging, what the hell? I'm a woman. If I go over there and tell them, they're just going to laugh at me, and make fun of me or whatever. They always do. So I just waited for hours laughing and enjoying watching themselves dig them in a hole.
God. Glenn here says
so
no.
That might have been mean, huh?
It was a little mean. Glenn from Boston says no 15-minute city for me. I'm all right with him, man. I'm going to need at least a 20-minute city. At least.
Right.
Look at there. I can. And the world would live as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. See, this way we don't get a copyright strike, see?
Right.
No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man.
Well, that's why I don't think we should be overshooting and killing people in other countries. I don't think we need the military at all. Local, kind of like in the old days when they would get a posse together if they needed to, bring somebody in for a crime they committed.
Yeah, you're right, Daniel. It does. It does. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. And I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. Yeah, that'll never happen. You got too many meat suits with the fucking egos happening around this world, man. That's for real. Cut the military budget to zero. I agree, man. I agree. It's like,
I say let everybody discharge debt. There's plenty. Abundance. And I mean, I don't care what you look at. Abundance, you know, if you really nature is
here
all
we go, guys. Oh, Jamie, this is the big thing. This is what people spend,
They're all
thousands
touching
of dollars to go there. They go
I know.
thousands of dollars to huddle up in the fucking cold and watch this stupid shit.
Wasn't that just all men huddling there by the ball, touching it?
Is it going to explode?
Did you see that lady's expression? That was funny.
I agree with what Daniel said, man. It feels sad. Like you can feel something's off about the crowd. The overall vibe feels put on and forced. Here it goes. You ready?
I'd already seen. Oh, they're going by the seconds.
Look at there. I started off the new year with a bong hit, baby.
Yeah, it's not my new year yet. It's only 9 o'clock here. I have to wait.
You have to wait.
Yeah.
Look at there at 2024. What is it really? Is it really 2024? Or are we maybe like in 1016 really? You know? Oh, you're going to play New York, New York. Incidentally, Dreamy, did you know that the mayor of New York, Karen Hochul, did you know that she's Nancy Pelosi's half sister?
I think I was hearing something about. I didn't actually go click on it, but I think I read something, a little caption about that.
All right, Happy New Year, everyone.
But
there it is.
You know, they're all pretty much, you know, related. You know, it's just like in the law business, you know, kids' dad's a lawyer, you know, more likely they become a lawyer, just like doctors. Their children will a lot of times tend to go follow the lead of the parents. Not in all the cases, but in a lot of cases.
Oh my God, what's that? Fucking fireworks outside.
Yeah, people been doing them the last few nights here.
That was a lot of them, real loud, real big. Hang on 1 second. You go look outside. Well, like I can see them now. That's pretty close. It's probably up at the mayor's house.
Yeah, I am so grateful. Keeper is not reacting to the fireworks at all, and these people behind me, they let off some really loud ones, and he just lays on the porch and whatnot, and he even got off the porch and went and looked at him. He barked at him a little bit, but I mean, he's not bothered by him. But my other dog was terrified of fireworks. He had to stay in the house next to me, no matter where I was at in the house.
Oh yeah, a lot of dogs run off at 4th of July and shit. We have
Keeper's enjoying them, so I'm happy.
We have a fireworks display in town down here, and you see it perfect from my backyard, right? Because there's no obstructions, nothing. In fact, the field they set it off in is right behind my house.
Awesome.
So that's pretty cool. We sit out on the deck, watch the fireworks. But they've done this every year, and on 4th of July, and a guy I used to work for, he would always have even a bigger one at his house, and it's just down the street from that field, like up at the end of my street. Cool. And so we'd see these fireworks going off over here, and my friend Mike, his oh, they might have cut us. Oh no, here we go. My friend Mike, the guy, His fireworks display would be bigger than the town's. Well, now Mike's the mayor of our town, and now our fireworks is the fucking hugest one in the county. It's
Nice.
like awesome as shit, man. But yeah, he's a good guy, Mike Knight.
I
he's
have a
awesome.
little dog, and he loved fireworks, and his favorite were the blooming flowers. You know, those ones that
Oh,
spin
yeah.
around. He would chase them, try to bite them, everything. Nothing I could do to stop him. He would
Oh,
do
look.
that every time the kids had them.
I had this dog, Freddie, and he would do that too. Those little pink things, you light them and they make the little flowers on the ground, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, Freddie would chase after those. He'd pick them up in his mouth and then drop them again.
Yeah.
And it was like, holy shit, that dog, he loved fireworks so much that like bottle rockets. Oh my God. He would see you put a bottle on the ground and you put the rockets in it, light them. You couldn't light them fast enough for him. He was barking and jumping at the bottle, wanting it to take off. And then when it would jump and take off, he'd jump in the air and try to chase the rocket.
Yeah.
One time he knocked over the bottle and it pointed the bottle right back at him. And the rocket shot right underneath him and exploded, burnt the hair off his chest. He didn't care. He's right back for it. And I swear to God, after the 4th of July, that dog, he'd smell like a gun barrel.
Yeah. Yeah. Cody loved fireworks, and somebody would have to hold him when they would shoot off the ones that go up in the air, you know, the aerials, because he would try to catch those before the fuse even burn up. He'd try to stick his nose down in it. So he had to be held, and he would howl and scream, whine.
Well, I'll tell you, for weeks after the 4th of July, it was funny because anytime you'd be sitting outside and you set down your pop, your soda, and set it down on the ground, he'd come over and he was a little half dachshund, half golden lab. Don't ask me how that happened. Anyway, he would sit up, you know how they'll sit up like that? And he'd sit up on his ass like that, thinking somebody's got a rocket. You set a bottle down, there's going to be a rocket. Let's get it going. And he'd start barking at you, thinking that's what was going to happen. He's a maniac, that dog.
Yeah. But my last dog, he did not like fireworks, but he really wasn't around them as a puppy. So he didn't care for them at all. Now, he didn't get like I've known other dogs, like you say, would run off, but he just wanted to be right next to me wherever I was at.
Well, nobody blew up Times Square. I guess it's another.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I'd
just
say
like
that's a good
last year.
start.
I mean, weren't they talking about going to blow up Times Square last year too, and year before that, and boy, right after 9/11, they were really. Remember, you had metal detectors and shit to go to Times Square.
When you get past the fear, you can see it. You can see what they're doing. You know, they're pushing a type of fear on people.
Always.
And so once you see past it and you can see it for what it is, it's no longer scary. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I do think a lot of people right now are in fear mode for whatever reason. You know, it's going on in my own family. It's crazy. And I'm seeing that with a lot of people. Their fear level is just unconscionable. It doesn't need to be.
Yeah, Lisa lives in Stanley. She knows where about our fireworks too. It's like a lot. Yeah. Fabio, my big German Shepherd, he's the biggest pussy when it comes to anything like that. He hears a gunshot like way off from up in the hill, and it's like he don't want to go outside. You know, I'm sitting there listening to it, going, "Oh, that's a 7.62." You know, I can tell what kind of round it is just by listening to the report. I said, "That sounds like such and such," and Fabio, he's like right back in the house. He's done. No more for him. So Moon Shadow, she don't seem to care.
Have you had him since he was a puppy?
Yeah, he was a year old when we got him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible something could have scared him when he was young.
Brandy's not a big fan of it either. Peanut don't really care a whole lot. Not a fan, but isn't scared either. And Moon Shadow, it don't bother her none.
She probably
Uh,
wants to go find them.
oh my
Little
God.
hyper thing.
She is a little pest. She's my little brat. She's a brat. Moon Shadow's a brat.
Yeah.
And I love her to death. She's funny as hell. And when you talk to her, she's one of those that when you're talking to her, she sits there and tilts her head back and forth
Oh,
different
yeah.
ways like that while she's listening to you.
And raise their eyebrows.
Yeah, she does. It's like she's listening to me, man. It's like, I guess, try to pick on my words. Oh my God, I tripped. I got all these dogs. I tripped over one getting up to go to the bathroom the other day, and we got hardwood floors, right? And I tripped over one in the hallway, one of the dogs, and trying to avoid him, and fell, and I hit the side of my knee on the hard floor.
Ouch.
Oh my God, does that hurt, man? And it still hurts today. Oh my God, I was sitting here, Leanne's like, oh my God, are you all right? And I was like, I have to be. So, like, she goes, be careful.
Well,
If you break a hip, I got to put you down. I'm
Well,
like,
even keepers learned, and I don't know why. I guess because I just step over my dogs. I don't always make them move, especially if they're sleeping or whatever.
I
But
got
if
5
they
dogs
lift
to play hopscotch over.
if they lift their head or whatever. But
Yes.
even Keeper now, when he sees me going to step over him, he lays his head down and looks up at me out of one eye. And he just
Moonshine.
lays there. So he's learning.
She'll follow me downstairs to get the laundry or do the laundry, but then when I'm coming back up, she wants to get in front of me and then stop on the stairs and keep stopping. And I'm like, either go forward. I think she's fucking with me, to tell you the truth. She'll do that too. If she wants something, she is like the most insistent. She'll come over and sit as close as she can to me on the floor and just stare like right in my face. And if I'm not paying attention to her, if I'm doing something with my phone or something, she'll take her nose and flip my phone out of the way and then stare at me. Like
Are you listening though? Are you listening? Do you know what she wants?
Oh yeah, most of the time it's going out in the yard because she'll hear the neighbors. She hears something over at the neighbors and she thinks immediately that means the dogs next door are coming out. And one of her favorite pastimes out there is running up and down the fence with the other dogs on the other side of the fence, and they bark at each other like incessantly, back and forth, back and forth. And the dog next door, he's got them figured out. He'll go run up and down the fence a couple of times and get them riled up so that they keep doing it. And then as soon as they calm down, he'll come running off the porch and run over there to get them to do it again.
It's a game. They're the neighbors. They're playing.
Pretty crazy. Well, I got some more flat earth bullshit for us here. You ready for it? I got some good flat earth shit. This is pretty cool.
This past decade, there has been a revival, a resurgence, and a veritable renaissance surrounding the topic of cosmology. Tens of millions of people have done personal experiments, read ancient texts, and found inconsistencies and discrepancies with conventional teachings. By delving deeper into these issues and exposing hidden truths contained therein, a great number of lies and deceptions have also surfaced, causing a polarizing rift in perspective and paradigm. These people who have endeavored to explore outside the box, or more accurately, outside the ball, are now being labeled flat earthers and called by many a cult. But is this idea of a level plain earth and people who advocate for it truly cultish? What actually defines a cult, cult behavior, cult ideology? And does flat earth fit the bill? Merriam-Webster defines cult as, quote, a religion and its body of adherents, regarded as unorthodox, spurious, or falsified, in great devotion to a person, idea, object, movement, or work. Wikipedia furthers the definition, explaining that cults, quote, range in size from local groups with few members to international organizations with millions, and require unwavering devotion to a set of beliefs and practices. Moreover, colloquially speaking, quote, in the English-speaking world, the term cult often carries derogatory connotations. In this sense, it has been considered a subjective term used as an ad hominem attack against groups with differing doctrines or practices. As such, religion scholar Megan Goodwin has defined the term cult, when used by the layperson, as simply being shorthand for a religion I don't like. When considering this connotation, it is no surprise people taught since childhood that heliocentric globe Earth cosmology is the only reasonable, rational possibility would perceive those who dared consider other alternatives as crazy and cultish. Furthermore, if people exploring different cosmologies found substantial empirical evidence and demonstrable experimental proofs, codified them into books, began meeting together in groups, and started an intellectual movement against the establishment, it is almost inevitable to be attacked and labeled as, quote, a religion they don't like. So if we were only speaking to colloquial connotation, then clearly the concept of flat Earth and the recent rise of flat earthers would seem to many like a cult. But the real definition is the denotation, and when considered closely, it is actually the heliocentric globe Earth cosmology and its apologist adherents who truly display cult-like behavior. For starters, literally every modern-day flat earther began believing the heliocentric globe model because it is presented by the mainstream media and education system as absolute, undeniable gospel truth. No alternative cosmologies are even considered, and students are told that flat Earth was a false, fringe worldview believed only by our ignorant ancient ancestors.
And I might add, they still do this shit on, I think this is what he's about to bring up. They put that fucking shit right there on the, why do they have to put that on this?
Well,
Are they that worried, you know, that they have to, like the Wikipedia thing that they always stick on the fucking videos, you
Right.
know? And
But
what are
look
they
at
so worried about?
Look at the sheep. They want us to look at the sheep. They're like, what the fuck? You didn't know that? That's that expression.
Yeah. What you talking about, Willis?
All right, you're just now figuring it out. And we're
Right,
the
right. I mean, this is one of the things that gets me too. And this is something now. It has taken a decade, but like I said, we're gonna see a tipping point in this year. I guarantee you.
Well, he said, look at the sheep. So when I looked at the sheep, I really, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You didn't know it?
Right? You know, and oh my God, there's a Mind Shock put out a video today about Craig from Fight the Flat Earth just fucking losing his mind over the breakdown of the Caleb Fight the Flat Earth debate on Jeranism. And guess what? Not only was there a part 2 that I think it'll be fun to go over, but there's going to be a part 3. That's how many fucking logical fallacies this dude ended up bringing up. And some of the information Mindshock found and brings up in there regarding some of the citations that Craig was trying to use makes Craig look even worse. Okay. And what I'm seeing is a complete fucking ass stomping of these globe hate or these fucking flat earth haters. I am seeing like a total ass stomping taking place. And I think it's just fucking glorious, you know? And so with that happening, the more and more people that are coming around to understanding, and it's really got them on the run. I think they're getting on their heels. I think it's getting on their heels. And here it's been about a decade, I think. Most of us not quite that long, a lot of us not quite that long, some of us close to it, and we're bringing others along to see it. You know, it's like, I'm not here to make people believe something. I'm here to point something out, that what they believe is pseudoscience and nonsense, as opposed to let's put it to the scrutiny of science. Let's say they claim it's science. Let's put it to the scrutiny of science. Let's see how much science was actually used and how much I want it to be this was used. And you'll find that there's a whole bunch of I want it to be this shit that's used. And that's never good enough. I'm sorry. Especially if you're going to call it fucking science. Come on.
Did you see what Ryan Staley said? He said stuck on fat girth. Instead of flat earth, fat girth.
Okay, fat girth. I get it. Yeah. He's the worst of all of them, though. Oh, who's that? Craig? Are you talking about Craig? Or who's the worst one? Always carries out work every one of us should do. Yeah. Listen, Dave's doing a great job. He's got a great presentation. I want to get a presentation set up much like that, and that's why I'm in the process of sorting out all my shit. Instead, I have everything in like 2 different spots, and I've started subcategorizing everything so that I can, quickly access it a little easier. But also that little search function in the file thing works really well too. But I have to have keywords, and that's another part, because some of this shit, when you download it, it's got some stupid name, and I need to give it names that have keywords and categorize it that way. But yeah, I want to do some presentations like that because, yeah. Anyway.
There will even be a wiki fact check under this very video, warning you that, quote, flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of Earth's shape. This is the very kind of one-sided, black and white rhetoric found in cults, which stands in stark contrast to the reality of every modern flat earther who had to personally overcome and seek beyond such imposed limitations to realize that viable alternatives do exist and have not been scientifically disproven whatsoever. Much like cult members breaking free from indoctrination, anyone becoming skeptical of the globe has to quietly do their own deep research into alternative concepts, deal with crippling cognitive dissonance, overcome generations of groupthink, handle incredible amounts of attacks, denial, and peer pressure, all for committing the seemingly unforgivable sin of exploring and finding validity in ideas outside the group's sphere of influence, pun intended. In this sense, flat earthers better fit the description of people coming out of a cult, whereas globe earth proponents are the ones towing the party line, repeating slogans and claims taught since childhood, and punishing ex-members for daring to question the authority of their dogma. When attempting to engage in rational, reasonable discussion, or even when showing empirical, demonstrable evidence against their beliefs, globe earthers almost always resort to sophist tactics like scoffing, sarcasm, insults, and employ a variety of logical fallacies, from straw man and ad hominem attacks to circular reasoning and appeals to authority. Very rarely does a globe earther not resort to these reactions, and in my experience, the few who do soon become skeptics themselves. In Zoe Heller's New Yorker article, What Makes a Cult a Cult?, she comments on this phenomenon, stating, the process by which people are eventually freed from their cult delusions rarely seems to be accelerated by the interventions of well-meaning outsiders. Those who embed themselves in a group idea learn very quickly to dismiss the skepticism of others as the foolish cant of the uninitiated. If we accept the premise that our beliefs are rooted in emotional attachments rather than in cool assessments of evidence, there is little reason to imagine that rational debate will break the spell.
This right here, I love this. This meme is perfect for what he just said too. Rational debate will break the spell, and we're seeing that. And if you really want to see it broken down, I can't wait till all 3 parts, or possibly 4. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it'd be good to make a compilation, because that debate was a disaster for that guy on all levels, even on a pride level, because here's this young guy comes in and totally obliterates you.
Right.
You don't have nothing to stand on. Then, to make matters worse, somebody goes back and does a complete analysis of the entire fucking thing and further puts you off. But so do you stand back and kind of go, oh wow, I was corrected on some shit, maybe eat a little humble pie and have some grace? Oh no, he's gonna fucking double down on the shit and then start flipping shit about it. Flipping shit about the analysis of the debate. And making himself look even worse. So I wish he could, maybe act a little more like a man about shit, but I think that a lot of these guys, I don't think that they've progressed much past a mental maturity level of about 14, to tell you the truth. I really don't.
Right. Well, like I said, people belief, they will, hold on to it, look at what that poem, train a child up in the way that it shall go and it will not depart from it, right? And it's also a Bible verse. But when you train somebody and they believe it so strongly, it's hard for them to let go of it. But in this situation, a lot of them that are out there with their YouTube channels, I think they're just there on purpose, just to try to derail the conversations, but they're making asses of themselves, in the process. And people are like, are you serious? I'm nothing like that, so they'll start giving it some thought.
Well, this is what brings me to the whole point of why do they continue? Why do they keep continuing? Who's behind them? What kind of a contract is involved? Because you can't just tell me these are organic fucking channels that just came on. Some guy that's going to say, I'm going to dispel this flat earth bullshit and start a channel and do that. No. Nope. Get the fuck on. That's not real.
And especially whenever they know that their crazy science is not what they thought it was.
If you notice, yes, Nick has a lot of those toys in the background too, and a lot of them have a phallic nature. If you look at McToon, he's got a lot of very phallic things in the background of his. Just saying.
As Mark Twain stated, it is easier to fool people than to convince them they have been fooled. The globe also has its charismatic, unquestionable cult leaders like Neil Snake and DeGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye the pseudoscience guy, and Carl Millions and Billions and Trillions Sagan. These and other spokespeople, long before them, have been paraded affront the public for generations, preaching the globe gospel, presenting it as absolute truth, and repeatedly denouncing anyone with alternative beliefs. Luckily, however, their facade of authority and claims of incontestability are now being challenged and overthrown. And as Zoe Heller concludes in her article, the good news is that rational objections to flaws in cult doctrine or to hypocrisies on the part of a cult leader do have a powerful impact, if and when they occur to the cult members themselves. The analytical mind may be quieted by cultthink, but it is rarely deadened altogether. Especially if cult life is proving unpleasant, the capacity for critical thought can reassert itself.
So, yeah, man, that fucking globe shit is cult. It is, man.
Yeah.
Brainwash kids into it. And I remember when they was using Snoopy with NASA and doing shit with that. I was in grade school. Seems like they had something they nicknamed Snoopy. One of their craft or some shit like that. I don't remember. Trying to remember. Remember we talked about Rehu and Ketu, the dark bodies that supposedly orbit, cause the eclipses.
Right.
This is kind of interesting. Happy New Year, by the way, everyone. The world is going to be much different now. Watch some fucking big shit happen too after I say that. Wow. But no, I think we're just going to keep steadily going down the toilet is all. I don't think it's going to be any any different. I think it's going to be different, but it's just we're just going to keep this slide into insanity that we seem to be watching. I like what's this? I like listening to the debate with the Earth, but I'm actually scared about real shit like the battle between powers of good and evil invading us and diluting our way of life. It's already done, man. Things in motion that you have no control over. Okay.
I think the conversation is different. I don't think the things we do is different. I just think the conversation's different.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. There's some really fucking wacky shit. But let me tell you something. This is crazy. I was watching this today. I was watching this series. My wife told me about it, and I was like, "Oh," she said, "You'd really like it. It's got history and this, that, and the other." And I was like, "Oh, and time travel." And there's this series called Outlander, and I'll show this here about the eclipses in just a minute. But this is really crazy. This show called Outlander. Basically, what it is 1946, just after the war. This man and this woman, they both were in the military. Now they're married, and they go to their honeymoon in the Scottish countryside, and they actually witness a druid ritual taking place around these standing stones on a hill. And the next day she goes up there to examine the place and check it out, and she touches one of the rocks, and next thing she knows, she's on the ground, like she passed out. But she goes back to find her car. Her car's not there. The road's not even there that led up to it. I mean, just all this other shit. Well, the gist of it is she's transported back to the 1700s in Scotland. And one of these royal, what is he, like a duke or some shit like that? He's all gayified, man, too, trying to get political favors going by buggering after this guy, you know? And I'm like, holy shit, man.
Yes.
You know, these guys have always been like that.
Yep.
I said, so they got that historically accurate, you know? Because that's true. There's something wrong with these fucking people's heads, man. There really is. They're psychopathic. But anyway, that's a pretty good series, man. It takes place around the organizing of the Jacobite Revolution in England back in, what was it, 1740 or 1750 something. Anyway, yeah, where they were trying to restore the rightful king to the throne, and oh man, yeah, really some fucking deep shit going in there. I want to look some more into that period of time there too, because that's really interesting. Very telling where we are now.
All right. And I wish people would go back to before these so-called kingdoms over everybody, because it wasn't that way back. The head of the family was, you know, that was the nation.
Right. Look, this is what you see in this too, is that these clans, right?
Right.
They operated, they were familial, right?
Yeah.
But they were that clan was you know, like had its own government, its own justice system, right? Yeah. And you know, it's really a telling us how that is. And of course they're going to reject they rejected Britain to begin with, but then after they finally had to accept them, and then they switched to I guess, what was it, a Protestant king, and they're like, no, right, that's wrong, we can't have that.
In Native American history, that's exactly what they did. There was a band, right? And then there is the tribe. The tribe is all the families together.
Yeah.
And then you know, they would get together to not just socialize, but also for the younger people ready for marriage or whatever, to be with somebody. So they would come together during those times. But, you know, like they have the Bear Clan. Well, that's a family. That's a nation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the elders of that particular family, with all the aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, you know, the grandparents would be the elders. And those are the ones that kind of made the decisions. It wasn't about some dude down the road that's of no relation to you being part of the nation. You know what I mean? And we're a collective. They call us a collective of nations because they've put us in a corral.
You know, this is really interesting too. Another thing was that, like, all right, so a good example of this was really weird. So there's this redcoat that's wanting to capture this woman, right? And she's, of course, already admitted to being, she had to make up kind of a lie. You know, you can't tell people I came here from the future and shit. And she's trying to, you know, fit it into like a story so that she can be, you know, taken serious. Anyway, this redcoat, he's really sadistic. He's suspicious of her. And so he has her, she's going to be arrested. Well, the one guy, he's the war chief of this clan, and he says, I can make it so that he can't have any authority over you, but I have to make you a Scot. And she's like, how do you do that? And she goes, if you marry this guy, and she already kind of likes the guy anyways, you know, you marry this guy, then you're part of the clan, and then he has no legal authority over you. And so they do that, see, because it's another government. It's not under the king's rule anymore, you see. But it just shows how they the rule of the king, that they view those subjects as they own them, as though they own them, you know, because even in another land to take jurisdiction over them and take them away, you know, that kind of thing.
Right.
It's fucking crazy.
Well, I mean, we could learn a lot from our ancient ancestors, because what we're living right now just isn't right. Each family should be, you know, making their own decisions. I mean, I remember way back in the 70s, if a guy did, you know, even married to some woman, if he mistreated her, the rest of the family, the men in the family, would come and greet him and give him a little lesson or two. And then it didn't happen no more. Now you look at all this domestic violence we have. The families used to take
that's
care of
only
that.
because now that's only
wife.
because they made it against the law to smack your wife. That's the only reason we have so much domestic violence.
Right.
There's
but
always been that.
Though, but prior to that, the family took care of it. The men in the family, if that was their sister or whatever, their mother, their grandma, the men were involved.
Oh, there was a scene in this movie. Let me tell you what. Now it's like almost softcore porn. This series.
Oh, Southern. What is that? Southern something. I know
it's in Scotland. This takes place in Scotland. And she as a husband, because of the danger she put the clan into, right? Inadvertently put the clan into, the rest of the clan expects him to punish her, right? And so he spanks her. He had to bare ass spank her with a belt. And she was all mad at him for a few weeks after that.
Oh, I'd have been a dead wife.
No, that's for real. Yeah,
that's all I'm gonna say. Or he would have been. I don't know.
He later admitted, he was like, maybe that tradition needs to stop. You know, that's like, you know, we can do that. You know, they worked it out, but you know, that was the rest of the family. That's how it had always been done. You see, and so it's a custom. You know. It was just a custom, you know. It's sort of like, you know, well, what do you mean? Why'd you go to jail? You stole a car. But in my time, stealing a car doesn't it? You know, that kind of thing.
Sometimes customs do need to be changed, and that was one of them.
I fully think that you should be able to bare ass spank your wife. I do it all the time. You know.
That's TMI.
I'm just kidding. I know she probably could hear me because she's downstairs and she's going, "Oh my God!" You know,
she's gonna spank your ass next.
Yeah, no doubt, right? No, she always does that. She threatens, and she'll go, "I'm gonna fucking punch you so hard," and I'm like, "No, you aren't. No, you aren't. One of these days, I will." You know, I just laugh. But anyway, let's check this out. This looks like it's pretty cool. Plus, I need another bong hit. It's New Year's, yay! The sun and moon depending upon one another. I don't know. There's dark bodies above that we are not known. Another type of wave. Probably cut that music. I'll get in trouble for it. Something. That's pretty crazy. It's like another fucking wave on the side. Ooh, cool. Infrared. See, that's what I wonder, man. What the fuck is that? What is the moon? It's like, where's the rest of it when it's in the infrared? The fuck's how does it not show up on the infrared? It should. That's crazy. That's crazy shit, man. Oh, is this the thing? Yeah, this is what I was looking for before. Holy shit. Yes. This is really cool. These people with their fucking, how do they, okay, hang on one second. I'm going to bring this up.
Just for handling this amount of power.
All right. So, like, getting shit, internet and communications and stuff around the world, right? Satellites, right? Think again. Check this shit out. This is crazy.
Move in the other direction, bringing power and energy from the seas. As might be expected, these cables are of very high standards, not just for handling this amount of power, but also to withstand the many threats presented by the ocean floor. From the conductors to the insulation and armoring processes, these cables are truly a masterpiece of advanced technology.
Fiber optics, man. This is fucking crazy how they make these. This is just insane.
This advancement has also led to an enormous increase in prices, with many of the cable designs costing as much as $400 per foot. When you consider the hundreds of thousands of miles of these cables currently crisscrossing the global seafloor, it's not hard to see the massive investment both private and public organizations are putting in the transportation and distribution of energy.
In the past, you may have needed two cables. Now you can do it with one cable, the same power. That means it's much more cost efficient. And of course, the whole installation around it, the civil construction of will be more cost effective.
Probably made from magic NASA foil. That's what I would think. But I mean, okay, so they do power cables this way. They've got these fiber optic cables that are done like this too. And man, when they're laying these, I was watching another one with these guys laying it in the coil of the ship like that and walking around on it. They have to wear like these booty slippers like on their feet so that they don't fuck it up. But they've got it designed there, and they've also got for in a lot of the areas they can they've got this little thing that clamps onto the cable, and it's kind of like, you ever saw how they run sprinkler line?
Yeah.
Using that machine, it looks like it's a ditch witch with this little thing that spools out the fucking hose as you're cutting.
They did fiber optics right in front of our house, so yeah,
it's really cool. And well, they got one that goes along on the sea floor and does that. And so they can they bury as much of it as they possibly
now
can.
let's talk about that exactly on the seafloor, because we do know that there's depths that they can't go. So is this
no
remote
it's
control?
not. Listen, yeah, the remote control, there ain't nobody in it. It's just running along the cable. It's just running along the cable and burying it as it goes.
Unless they're rolling it out of a ship and just letting it float down.
Well, they are, but the thing is down there on the cable as they're feeding it down, and it's rolling along the cable and burying it. So even if they were to make a turn or whatever, that thing will follow wherever that cable's at and bury it. It might show it on here.
The manufacturing process of these powerful submarine cables vary widely depending on the voltage to be carried and the distance that needs to be traversed. The cross-section of each cable reveals high-quality cables inside.
All them big reels of copper just gave any tweakers watching this a big boner. Like, oh my God, look at
Layers of galvanized steel, a plastic tube, copper sheath, and a small quantity of petroleum jelly. Around that, a protective copper or aluminum tube is installed. The remaining components are all directed towards protecting and shaping the cable. They include a lead or aluminum water barrier, stranded steel.
What?
Do they really have that amount of copper?
Yeah.
What's their unlimited supply of copper? Is it unlimited?
There's not an unlimited supply, but there is a supply. I know I've found copper. There's copper mines in operation in Death Valley. There's copper operations in Colorado, I'm pretty sure too. Isn't there? If Barbara's still here.
Baghdad Arizona was a copper mine, and then they put the power plant there. Interesting.
So yeah, there's and those are just a few places here in the United States, but copper is mined worldwide all the time. It's big business.
Wires, mylar tape, and a final wrap of polyethylene to protect the entire cable from damage and corrosion.
Love how they lay them.
To more easily facilitate the installation of the cable, most manufacturing facilities position the cable directly onto large metal rollers, which can be directly transferred onto the laying vessels. To connect individual offshore units, these special cable-laying vessels first do an underwater inspection of the laying path to ensure there are no barriers. This is done using a remotely operated underwater vehicle, or ROUV, which makes contact with the pre-installed messenger wire on the offshore unit.
See, that's fucking cool. Instead of having to put somebody into danger, they can actually send a robotic vessel down like that. Now, that's what I wonder why they don't do that with,
Right, but we're talking about thousands of miles with mountains and valleys. So it's only thousands of miles as a crow flies. not what's on that sea floor. That's why I'm questioning what they're supposedly using, because fiber optics is light. How does light travel through copper?
Oh, these are just power cables they're showing. This is just showing how I'm just showing how these cable layers use. But no, when they make the fiber optic cables, some of those you saw that they were making in the beginning were fiber optic cables. When they lay fiber optic cables exactly the same way. And in some instances, like I say, in some areas where possible, they do bury it. But then when you get down to other depths, you don't have to worry about anything disturbing it, because there's virtually nothing at those depths that could bother except for giant unknown dinosaur sharks.
Well,
or
we
something.
have to also question the sea being scattered with them Wi-Fi towers too. Just a thought. Anyways, go ahead. We'll listen to this.
This messenger wire is then pulled aboard and connected to the cable head. The cable can now be deployed very slowly, with the ROUV checking each section as it makes contact with the bottom. As the cable is laid, workers indicate precisely where it needs to be cut, and the process is repeated at the opposite end. A special remote-controlled trench robot is then deployed to bury the freshly laid length of cable. Due to their robustness, underwater cables have a lifespan of up to 25 years. When a cable is retired, it can remain inactive on the ocean floor or retrieved for recycling. Once they are decommissioned and removed from the ocean, they are processed at a special recycling plant.
No, whose fucking job is that? They go into retrieving old cables and shit. I guess
they leave
pull
that
them up.
trash on the ground. Look at all the shipwrecks. Who's they fooling?
Well, I guess they would have to pull that up the same way it was put down, right?
Right, but they're not going to do that. They don't go and get all the airplanes that have crashed out there over the oceans. They don't go out and get all the ships.
There's a lot of money in
bring
copper.
them up. Look at all them old steel ships.
There's a lot of money in copper, Dreamy.
Well, I get there is, but the thing is if I'm not mistaken, at one point they did say we were having a shortage of copper. So where's the shortage if they've got because you have different gauges of wire, and I'm not an expert in this. I just know probably just enough to talk about it, and that's about it. But I'm just putting together there's times where they've said we've had a shortage of copper. I sit here with a chunk of copper ore. You're going to have to crush it to get any copper out, and there's going to be some in there because that's what the rock is. But the thing is when you're talking about the distances from, like I live over here on the Pacific Ocean, that's the largest ocean. It holds 2/3 of all the water on Earth. Mm-hmm. So you got to go across that through the mountains and valleys, the floor part. Mm-hmm. Do they really honestly have that much copper to do that?
Yes. There's a lot of copper. There is. Now, when you were hearing about that shortage, of course, that was probably to drive the price. But even still, if there was a shortage, that would be even more incentive to recycle. And he also didn't say that they retrieve all of them. He said some of them.
Copper recycling, the price of copper just went way up.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the guy said some of them are recycled.
Gotcha.
He didn't say all of them. So yeah, you'd be surprised. I mean, you think about the amount of copper that's run all the way around the United States right now, just within one city. All the copper that's in the wires and the walls, all the
house.
copper that's in every house, every building, every street lamp, every fucking telephone wire, every you know, all the wires strung around there. You know, you got to figure there's a lot of copper right there too.
The old
So
house,
it's an abundant element. And most times when they say there's a shortage of something, it's usually just to fuck with the price of it. Yeah, that's all.
Well, way back in the day, the wires were aluminum. Why'd they stop using aluminum? Because it's fire hazard.
Breaks down easy.
Breaks down too easy.
And it's not a good conductor at all. It's not a good conductor at all.
Gotcha.
First, the cables are cut into manageable sections, usually around 2 or 3 feet long. They are then fed into a special machine that cuts the cable open, revealing each component.
Copper has some really unique properties to it. Some really unique electromagnetic fields with copper. It's crazy. You can take a piece of copper pipe and drop a neodymium magnet through it, and it won't drop. It will float until it breaks free of the tube, and then it'll drop at normal speed.
There's also sailboats and stuff that they put copper bottoms on, and it keeps them from deteriorating.
Well, it keeps the barnacles and pests from eating the wood hull.
Yep.
This is why, you know, the original pressure treated outdoor lumber was designed to resist pests and shit that would eat the wood, and they used copper oxide. They were soaked and pressed and pressure treated with copper oxide. But then they figured, I guess they had to use arsenic in it or some shit like that too. So I don't know.
They change it up on us.
The insulation is stripped away, and the vital metal and electronic sections are piled up for reuse.
Bunch of tweakers watching this right now, just salivating.
These old cables still contain millions of dollars worth of material that can be reused many times over for diverse purposes.
There you go. Make sand out of it.
Despite all the impressive technology that goes into cable manufacture today, underwater cables have actually been around for over 150 years. Indeed, the very first transatlantic telegraph cable was laid between 1854 to 1858 and was capable of sending entire messages in a matter of minutes from Ireland to Newfoundland. Of course, back then, these cables were laid haphazardly by slow-moving steamships. Today, the job is done by specialized vessels with unique rotary sections for cable storage and deployment.
I mean, somebody's gone through the effort that they have designed and manufactured not just one, but several ships designed for this purpose.
Right.
Should tell you that there's enough of that going on. There's Memorial Gardens is with us here tonight too. That should tell us that there's much of this undersea cable deployment taking place worldwide. You know what I'm saying?
They are also built with special mooring systems and flat bottoms, which enable them to reduce motion when operating in both shallow and deep water. The interior of these unique vessels is equally intriguing. The most notable is the way the entire center of the ship is dedicated to the cable laying process. With thousands of feet of tether for the ROUVs, in addition to the underwater cables, vast sections of the ship are completely dedicated to storage space. There are also specially equipped sections from which the movements of the ship cable laying devices, and ROUVs can be coordinated via remote control.
See, now, how does somebody get onto a job like that?
Right.
You know, like, yeah, I went to school to be an underwater robotics cable layer guy, you know, or whatever the fuck his title is, you know? How do you get into that?
One of the things I have to question is they know that energy is free and it's in the air, and they already capture it using Wi-Fi.
Right.
Right? That's just radio waves.
Mm-hmm.
They already can do the same thing with electricity.
Well, sure.
So why are they going through all this bullshit just to keep people working? And they're
yes.
What's
yes.
the point ultimately? What's their goal besides enslave all the stupid people doing this shit and not demanding the rest of it, right?
To get you to pay for something that you shouldn't have to pay for.
Right.
They're doing it. They do it with everything, Dreamy. You know that. Your
Yes,
right
I
to travel,
know.
they take it away from you and sell it to you, right? And then now they fucked up all your water, so that the only place, if you want a clean drink of water, you got to go buy it now, right? You have to go buy water that's not.
Yeah, and then they
up.
put all that crap in the plastic so it gets in your water.
Yeah. I mean, there's no escaping it. Just fight the sons of bitches while you're here. You know, that's the way I look at it.
As we continue to see an increase in the demand for offshore power, no doubt these massive cable-laying vessels will become a more frequent sight on oceans and lakes all around the world. However, this process is still susceptible to a variety of unique challenges and problems. To reduce some of these dangers, the seabed is plowed and the cables buried.
Look at that shit.
Fishing vessels and anchoring ships still remain a
It's like an underwater ditch witch. It's
danger to even the most insulated cable designs. A single disturbance or one misplaced anchor, and entire island nations could lose power and communications for days at a time. There have been reports of sharks and other marine predators biting the undersea cables, potentially putting holes in the insulation that may lead to corrosion down the line. Since repairing the cable involves dredging up the damaged section and carefully replacing it at sea, one can only hope technology will find a way to render these threats far less damaging.
I thought about that. Remember earlier there was a red stretch
Move in the other direction.
In the being laid in the bottom of the ocean, and it had red or yellow or something on it. I thought about that. What if the sharks or the whales think that's a toy for them to play with? A big old lure, you know what I mean?
So here, it's just along that same subject, you know, and yes, there's communication cables done like this as well. Yemen affirms commitment to protect. Let me just show you. It says Yemen affirms commitment to protect submarine communication cables amidst concern that Yemen's Houthis, okay, are the blowfish with them too? Or is it since Houthi has left the blowfish? I don't know. I can't tell. But they might target vital submarine communication cables under the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Oh, that would suck. Crucial for internet networks. Yemen's Ministry of Foreign Affairs assures its commitment to safeguarding these networks, blah, 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 blah. But here's the guy underwater, I guess, ensuring that with a big internet cable. He's from Geek Squad. He looks like, is that a Geek Squad? Those are Geek Squad colors.
And he's got a wrench.
Yeah, that's Geek Squad. He's down there gonna fuck all their shit up now. Right?
He can't be very, very deep, but also that little plow thing ain't gonna work on the whole surface because some of it's just rock down there. They wouldn't get through it with a little toy in the ocean.
I don't know, man. It depends on where they go. And of course, I'm sure they map where they're going to go at.
Well, yeah.
It's not all mountainous. It's not all mountainous.
Yeah, I guess they'd find the passes like they did making their roads on land, for the mountains.
If they actually, what is this?
I don't know. I just kind of question it. Maybe they do have some, but who knows?
Oh man, you got to, because when you live in a land of illusion.
Why wouldn't other countries have their own damn electricity? I'm sorry, but I don't. It's
No, it might be something as simple as they're not allowed to because the United States said so.
right.
I mean,
Capitalism.
Yeah, man.
And
Listen,
the capital owns the capitalism. Yeah.
you know how this fucking
If they
thing
own
works.
all business such as commerce, and that means you have to have a corporation to act in commerce. But yeah, crazy. It's a freaking crazy ass world we live in. Happy New Year to the crazy ass world, because I prefer to just live on Earth. It's so much easier.
It is. It is. I don't know. I like to keep track of what the stupid shit that they're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I think everybody should just leave the effing world and get back to Earth,
Oh shit. Yeah, this is something. So these batteries are made out of lithium, right?
Right.
Okay, it says this is what happens if lithium gets in contact with air, even submerged in water, the fire won't stop. Watch this thing. Little.
Yeah.
Yeah, put some shit like that in my car. That's what I'm after.
Well, they did have trouble with the first lithium batteries for causing fires.
There's
On
fucking cars are catching fire all over the place now. Those electric cars.
But is it just lithium? Because they give people lithium for supposed, mental health.
Yeah. There's
So if it mixed with water, then people aren't burning up, right?
I think it's in a different state. I think it's in a different state. It's not in a charged state. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know. It's just odd.
I don't know. Here's the thing too is here's a car. It uses batteries. You got to get a new battery if the battery dies, of course, when it's going to.
And
then you're talking about $40,000 for a new battery.
Right, like a new car.
And what are you doing? Where's the fucking electricity coming from that you charge it with? Where's that coming from? That's right. The dirty coal plants that you bitch about, right? Come on, people. It's like it's not saving anything at all. In fact, and then you got to sit there and twiddle your thumb up your ass while you wait for that fucking thing to charge up. Yeah. And then in the cold weather, there was a bunch of people in Germany during the cold snap there. There's a lot of electric cars and they jammed up on the fucking freeway because their cars died. Because it was freezing
what do you do
cold
when all the electricity goes out for days, a week at a time, right? All those electric cars ain't going nowhere. You ain't going to work, right?
That's the plan. That's the plan, babe. That's the plan.
And then the fact that they have all the information, and now they put those things in that they can turn your car off remotely. Like if you don't pay
Yeah.
for it, they can just shut
That
your
was,
car
listen,
off.
that's an idiocracy.
You're driving down the freeway and your car gets shut off. What the hell?
That's in that movie Idiocracy that happens. Right? They're going down the road and a scanner, one of the many hundreds of thousands of scanners everywhere, catches his barcode tattoo, and then this alert starts going off. It says, "You are harboring a fugitive, and pull over immediately and wait for the authorities." And then when he didn't, then the fucking car quit going. And he goes, "What happened?" He says, "They shut off my car." And so they had to get out of the car and go on foot. And by the time they look back, man, the cops are on the car and they're shooting bazookas and shit at it, blowing it up. And the dude whose car it is, he's going, "Oh, yeah, man, awesome." And he's like, "Dude, it's your car." "Oh, yeah, that sucks." God damn.
I think people are creative. I don't think we need all this garbage, harming people and creating that kind of thing, or just creating busy work for people. And when I say busy work, it just irritates the hell out of me when I know that there's already these other technologies that would, nobody'd need to even pay for an electric bill, right? Really, periodically you may decide everyone get together and, do a project in another area repairing the stuff, but it wouldn't be a continuous selling us back what they're getting for free.
Says here, it says that the people in the Netherlands have had enough. The company, which is owned by Bill Gates, has been set on fire. Let me show you.
Well, goodbye, Bill Gates.
Awesome. So people are about half fucking sick of these ghouls and these weirdos,
They are going to lose because they've been screwing people over for plenty enough time that it's about time everyone wake up and say no more.
You'd think, yeah. I mean, it's about time. I really hope people are really, and I'm seeing it. Yeah, just the way people are reacting. They're just like, no, I'm done. This is over. I'm not playing this bullshit. That's why they tried to run their game again, thinking that we're ignorant of pattern recognition. And they tried to run their game again here, and it didn't get any fucking traction. Nobody's out there freaking out. And they tried to run, what was that thing they had going on about the kids with the white lung or some shit like that was going to kill everybody's kids, and everybody went, yeah, right, bullshit.
Well, see, that's why I love the ending of V for Vendetta. The people walk past them like they weren't there. They totally and completely ignored them. Yeah, if you haven't seen that movie, you should.
What's that? V for Vendetta?
Mm-hmm. I'm not a movie.
Or what movie did you say?
That. Huh? Yes.
What were you talking about?
Oh, the ending of that movie was.
Oh yeah, that's a good movie too, man.
And if you when I guess they thought that they were gonna do something, and everybody just walked past them like they weren't there.
They just walked past them. Nobody bothered fighting them. They just walked right through them.
Didn't look at them, fight with them. So I mean, that's why I say with certain situations, to ignore somebody is a way lot better than give them the attention that they're craving because their egos need it. You know what I mean? And they don't know what to do or how to react when you don't react to it at all.
So what's this here? It says USA, Biden gets torched on New Year's Eve. Fuck Joe Biden, you're a traitor. And what is this? Hang on a second. I don't know what this is. There ought to be some crazy shit. People get fucking spooky on this particular holiday.
guys hit it. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
You're a dude go, fucking asshole. That was on C-SPAN. That's funny as shit. That poor motherfucker. Oh, all these guys. I find it hard to have any sympathy for them at all. You know? But hey, there they are. Jesus. I think it's still funny. I don't know. What in the fuck are these people doing? Holy cow. I'm glad that's not coming up on the screen. Jeez. Kind of gruesome. You know, that's the censorship on X is like way, way less than it is on YouTube and shit. So that's why I got to make sure I take it off screen before I, scroll through it or anything, because you never know what I can fucking run into on
Well,
here.
you know, that right there is so in your face. If people can't see now that it doesn't matter who you vote for, because nobody showed up at his campaigns, right?
Yeah.
And then the people are all shouting F him, I mean, if they can't see it, they're, I think those people see it though. Hopefully they realize that voting doesn't matter. It's never going to.
No, you can't vote your way out of slavery and shit, man. It's just not gonna. It's not. No. Oh, and it's gonna be the year of the dragon, too. So this is appropriate. Year of the dragon. That sounds really. I don't know. In Chinese lore, of course, the dragon is a symbol of prosperity, rebirth, fertility, even. So it's not considered the same as what we see it as. In Asian culture, the dragon is considered a very honored beast, an honored creature. In fact, that's what, again, back to Vietnam, that's what Vietnam means, the little dragon. China is, of course, referred to as the big dragon, and they consider themselves the little dragon, and very tenacious at that. The Chinese were very tenacious when our fathers went up against them in a little place called Korea, too, because they ran across a lot more communist Chinese soldiers than they did North Koreans. I can tell you that. Very tenacious people. Different ideals of warfare than we have as well. The Western mind cannot comprehend.
Have you read the book, The Art of War?
Yes, I have.
That's an awesome read, ain't it?
Did you hear what I was saying earlier about, remember when they was coming over here from Paul? And fucking with the channel and shit? Remember that?
Oh my
and you remember how he got all mouthy and said that I wouldn't have a channel in 6 months, and he was going to take off while my channel died and all this other.
Like it hinged on him.
Yeah, right. So I've now surpassed him in subscribers.
That's funny.
And it's over 6 months later, and I'm still here. So hey.
Yeah, that's why the labels, I do my very best not to let them stick.
No, fuck a label. What happened here 5 minutes ago? Famous YouTuber breaks pizza record on New Year's Eve. I know what you're thinking. Stop being a conspiracy theorist. Okay. Probably not interesting. So let's nothing doomsday has happened, I don't believe. There seems to have been no false flag attacks. Or real ones, for that matter. So it looks like we're going on, but it's still, we got a couple hours before it's New Year's out there on the West Coast. You got a little bit of time.
We're only 10:17 at the moment.
Yeah, see. What is this? Step by step. How to heal your eyes. You guys want to see how to heal your eyes? Okay. I'm a sucker for this shit. Besides, I gotta go get me a piece of cake real quick. Hold up.
If you want to improve your vision, if you want to improve your eyes, if you have eye floaters, eye pressure, there's a way to fix it. You don't need to necessarily treat it only. You can fix it from the root level. The root level for all these problems is your lymphatic system is stagnated. Your lymphatic system is your immune system. It's a system that removes waste from your 100 trillion cells. It's a system that removes waste from your eyes. When this waste accumulates and you don't remove it properly, it's going to affect your eyesight. So the first step in fixing your eyesight is recognizing the great lymphatic system. And what moves the lymphatic system? Yes, little exercise can help, but when the lymphatic system is stagnated, as is the case with eye problems, you need the fruits and to help you liquefy and move the lymphatic system. So the first step in healing the eyes is going to be a high fruit diet, high in the berries. Bilberry, blackberry, any kind of berries, fantastic for your eyes. But more importantly, they help with the lymphatic system. Your liver is very important to your eyesight, okay? Poor liver, poor eyesight. Your kidneys have a direct relationship to the eyes as well. Without good kidneys, you will have poor eyesight. So fix your kidneys. You also want to clean your head of the excess mucus accumulated there. So you want to take steps with an eyesight formula. Wash your eyes twice a day. I have a formula called the eyesight formula. It has bilberry, eye bright, red raspberry. It also has golden seal and marshmallow in there. Fantastic for your eyes. Use it twice daily. Also ingest it, but put a few drops into an eye cup with some distilled water and wash your eyes. Next, you want to take steps to cleanse the entire body, including the gut. I mentioned the liver, I mentioned the kidneys, but the gut is also very important. There's a direct relationship between the gut and your head region, and therefore your eyes. So clean your gut. Make sure you're not constipated. If you do this and give a little bit of time, your eyes will start to improve. Also, more importantly, make sure you exercise your eyes. You want to do qigong, tap into the eyesight. There are areas around the eyes you can tap. This will push blood flow to the eye and help it heal. It will also open the energy pathways so that the body can heal itself, heal the eyes. So do some qigong tapping, very important. Okay, use sound frequency. There are certain frequencies you can use for the eyes that will help with the eyes to regenerate and heal. Sound frequency, very, very important. Okay, so we have the diet change, we have the herbs, we have the therapeutics. If you do all that, your eyes will start to improve. Just a little bit of time. Okay, there are also special eye exercises you can do. Look it up. It's called the Bates exercises. You do this exercise daily and strengthen your eye muscles. Your eyesight will improve as well. Very, very powerful, very important. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise that you can't heal the eyes, because you can. It's in your hands. Share this with somebody you care about and love, and let them know that they can heal their eyes.
There. I do push-ups with my eyes.
Interesting. Well, there's a lot of things we
vision,
can do to improve our health. When they told me that my liver would not continue to get bad, they gave me medication, and I was down back in those days. I took it. I also had strokes, and I was taking all their junk, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when one of the medications caused some liver damage, I was told it would slow it down. Most likely,
over the sun.
Would never my liver would never heal, never function like it should.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, I would end up most likely needing a liver transplant in my lifetime. There's a little tiny plant a lot of people know about. It's called milk thistle. Well, you can take the extract of that, and it will heal the liver. And how I found out was, you know how they'll give out those like, well, we have a health food store, and so they give out this like little newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a guy that needed a liver transplant in that little newspaper, and he wrote in and said that a nurse told him about milk thistle extract. They said they couldn't do anything more for him, so they were sending him home. And you know, he only had so much time.
Careful, be real careful, Dreamy.
I'm saying to find a donor, liver donor.
Yeah.
So
no, I mean about
he found out about, right? But that's when he found out about the the herb. So he tried it because of a nurse. But I think that there's a lot of things that people can help with one another with.
Well, here's first and foremost, okay?
But how do I take?
Go ahead.
But anyways, I was gonna say, whenever I took it and did a what they call a detox fast to get rid of all the stuff in my body, medications, what have you, I got my pinky skin back and my liver started functioning again. So,
nice.
So I'm just saying from personal experience. I mean,
Right.
each and every person has to do what's best for them, but it did what it said it would do, and that's regenerate the liver, cleanse it. Like that guy was saying, make sure your liver's working properly. It will heal it. But not like people think cures are like some magical thing, but they're not. It's giving the body what it needs. It already heals itself. But if you don't feed it what it needs so that it can do its job, it can't do its job. Right?
Right. Well, it's like this here. A lot of the problems, what's your liver do?
It's part of the
it's a filter.
Filtering system, like your tonsils.
Okay.
Yeah.
So be careful what you put in your body. Don't clog up your filter. Real simple. There you go. So looks like this was found to be a modified image. The Artemis going up.
But I found that interesting that he mentioned the liver having to do with the eyes. I'd never really connected the two.
Oh, yeah. DOs used to look at your eyes in relation to a condition that it was an ailment at the time. They don't do that anymore. Right. They don't even care. They just do arbitrarily put a fucking little flashlight in your eye and say, write something down. They put on a little show to make it look like, hey, you're getting your money's worth here. And it was worth your money. Now, here's the thing that gets me. You cannot tell me that every fucking doctor has the inability to schedule patients to the point where they can see them on a timely manner. Okay? You can't tell me that. It's real simple. All you have to do is average out the amount of time you spend with your patients. Don't overschedule. Leave a little time between appointments. In fact, this crap where they'll tell you, be here at 9 a.m. And you go there and you sit and you wait and you wait and you keep waiting. Finally, 9:45, here comes somebody out there going to call you in. Or maybe not, call somebody else and you're like, oh, fuck, I got to wait for holy shit, how far behind are they, right? I don't care where you go.
Right.
This is what they got. I think Jerry Seinfeld said the best. He goes, they have a room. It's called the waiting room. They're going to fucking use it. Right.
Right.
So I got to give him props on that because that's funny as shit. But they do, and I don't care where you go. That's it. I went to a doctor one time, back when I went to a doctor. No. So my appointment was like, whatever, 9:45, whatever.
Right.
So I go in there, I sign in, write the time that I sign in. It was like 9:30. Get there nice early enough, right? 9:45 comes, 9:45 goes. I've still not been called. My appointment said 9:45. When it came to be 10 a.m., I left. Sometime later, I get a call from them telling me I missed my appointment. And then I was going to be charged a fee for missing my appointment. And I told her,
How
I
did I
says,
know
no.
you was going to say that?
I said, check your log for that date. You'll see I signed in quite clearly 15 minutes prior to my appointment. She goes, but you weren't here when we called you. I said, my appointment was for what time? She says, 9:45. I said, I left at 10 a.m. I was there at 9:30 and I left at 10 a.m. You missed your appointment. She says, well, I'm going to have to charge you a fee. And I says, well, how much is your fee? And I think she said, it's like $35, you know, or whatever. She says, $35. And I says, well, you know, I have a missed appointment fee as well. And since you missed your appointment with me, it just so happens that my missed appointment fee is exactly that same amount. So I guess we'll just have to call it even, won't we?
Oh, I did the same thing to my damn doctor.
I mean, that's only fair. It's only fucking fair.
I was always on time, but the thing was, no, I got sick and tired of going in there and then not getting to, you know, what seemed like, you know, could last anywhere from 30 to 2 or more hours sometimes.
Oh
you
my
know,
God,
it was a pain in the ass. So I missed my appointment by a day because I just got the days mixed up. And so I was like, they wanted to charge me $50. And I told them, I said, excuse me. I said, I would sometimes wait for you for hours and you don't even call me. Because when you get there and you sign in, they pull your folder, right? So it goes in the stack. They know you're there. They pulled your folder. It's the first thing they do. And then turn around and tell you that you owe them when you're there. So yeah, I was a day late and they were going to charge me for missing the day before. And I told them, well, I'm here now. And I said, besides that, I wait on y'all all the time. I said, and you don't pay me. So if you want me to pay you, you're going to have to start paying me. I made it go both ways. But see, if you do not negotiate the contract, then they think, well, we can just do what we want. But see, you negotiated, I negotiated. I never got one of those. And I was always screwing up. I was either in there the day before, or the day after. I mean, I suck with dates and times and all that garbage. But yeah, I never was called or sent me, a bill for it.
Oh yeah, she told me that they was going to send me a bill for us as well. I'll just cancel it out because that's the same amount of that's what my missed appointment fee is, exactly that same amount. So you're in luck. We just call it even, right? Yep. So yeah, but I was like, but in the reality, I didn't miss the appointment. I was there. You can see that clearly by your log. Well, sometimes we run behind. That's not my fucking problem, man. Okay. You told me a time period to be there. I gave you even past that time period and you still fucking missed it. So, kiss my ass. What would you have done if the appointment was 9:45? You came out and called me. I wasn't there, but I showed up at 10:30 and said, hey, I'm here for my 9:45 appointment. What would you have done? Right? No, you wouldn't have fucking accepted that. So come on.
Well, that's what I've been saying to people. When the cops pull you over, they're wanting to contract. So if you either have a non-disclosure agreement for them to sign, or you say, well, I charge this much for orders, this much for questions, this much for whatever, to communicate with you, because they're charging you, right? They're putting in their order and seeing if you're accepting it, the charges for them on their behalf or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's crazy. It's crazy what I see, and I wish more people could see it too. And I think slowly they are, but I don't think there's still yet enough. I think we
Yeah,
need way
I
more
don't
people
know.
to
I'll tell you
organize
what, I'm seeing more and more every day. I mean, that's why I say it's getting to a tipping point. And
Maybe it's my small world.
it might, yeah, it's hard. Look, like I said today, I went up to the store for cigarettes and ended up with another subscriber to the channel. Just by showing them. Well, what's the topic, Deborah? It's just New Year's. We're just fucking around, looking at some flat Earth stuff, looking at all kinds of crazy shit. We watched the ball drop, and Happy New Year. And I'm going to be getting off here in a little bit. But yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? It's just it depends. I mean, at this point in time, it's sort of like there's a certain look you can tell, and this dude, he was, I made a crack about celebrating the pagan New Year, and he kind of cracked up. He was buying some cigarettes. I'd never seen this guy before, but he's lives here in town, I guess, someplace. And he goes, yeah, he says, I was looking into some shit like that. We started talking, and he was kind of digging on what I was saying. He liked my hat and shit. And I said, you should check out my channel, man. You probably dig what I talk about. And he's like, yeah, definitely. So I directed him to it. He's looked at some stuff and subscribed. And so he's here with us, hopefully maybe tonight. I don't know if he's in the chat or not. Maybe he's doing other New Year's stuff, but other people, they're just like completely fucking unaware. They just kind of, oh, yeah, okay. I don't know. You couldn't talk to them about anything. I don't think there's a lot of people that they're just not. They're just NPCs, man. They're just NPCs. They're just here for the fucking to be the scenery, to just to be a vehicle for Agent Smith to jump into anytime we get out of line and say shit that's true, like Earth's flat, the fucking government's not real, and don't worry about nukes. Oh,
Well, it is real because we've created it to be real.
Well,
a functioning system because of we participated, no matter how we got suckered and conned or whatever, we still participated in it. But now that people are like, whoa, wait a minute here. You're just a man like the rest of us or a woman like the rest of us. So,
yeah.
You don't have no special powers, no pixie dust.
No.
Who the hell do you think you are telling me what
I know,
to
what
do?
the fuck? Yeah, they really think they're important. But that thing down in Florida, that's really telling. The passing of that legislation in Florida, that's really, really telling. Because
but
it's
doesn't that give you some hope and hope that the people in those towns know what that really freaking means? The power's put in their hands. Holy
it's
crap.
not just that, it really opened their eyes up to what the whole grift of government's about. They're like, holy fuck, if it's that bad at my local level, just imagine. Yeah, just imagine how bad it is in Washington, D.C. It's got to be way worse than I thought, And if it shows to be like a shining example, maybe it'll catch on. I don't know if you got to go that route, whatever route you got to do, but shining light on these cockroaches is probably one of the best things you can do. Because as you see, real or not, the fact that the people that believe he's real are ballsy enough to, I don't remember a time really in the past where people felt so free to say, fuck off, you asshole, to the president of the United States. Not just one person, but many people saying it.
And the cool thing is these are coastal cities, West Coast and East Coast Florida, like beacons, like lighthouses. You know what I mean? They could do the right thing. Let's just hope that there's some brave-minded people there to step up in those cities where
if there was enough to get the legislation passed, Dreamy, then apparently there is.
Well, I'm saying, if they just say no more of that,
I think that's kind of like what they did.
But well, no, those people are just resigning their positions. If the people in those cities do not vote and say no, we don't want this way anymore, they have that opportunity, that chance. That's the
Oh
opportunity
yeah, but
right
what
now.
they're just gonna put less obtrusive cancers in the place of those guys is all.
Well,
That's what
that's
it'll
what I'm
ensure.
saying. They have a huge opportunity. Let's see what they do.
They won't do that. They'll go with the same fucking thing. They're not at the level yet to understand that. No.
Well, we
No.
shall see. I mean, I agree with you, but at the same time, I'm going to give those people the benefit of the doubt for now.
Yeah, we can be hopeful, right?
Always. Don't think bad. You can prepare.
It just doesn't look good. That's all.
Well, no, because those people have bowed out, and they're like, "Whoa, you're not going to get into my private life." Will
Right.
people see that they don't have to give up their private life? You see what I'm saying? Will they see the same thing? Because those people are going back into civilian, not to be a citizen anymore. Because this is for the citizen. So, yeah, I'm hopeful. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'd like to think that there's more people than just us out here. You know what I mean?
It's
that
Florida.
really. I know it's Florida, and
It's
you've
Florida.
got a lot
It's God's waiting room.
got a
Okay?
lot of elderly there.
Yeah, man.
That's the thing. Some of your elderly at this point in time are starting to really question.
God, I would hope. To the person who broke into my house last night, I hope you like my dog Rosie. Oh my God. Wow. To the person who broke in my house last night, I hope you like my dog Rosie. That's
wow.
Pretty fucked, man. Yeah, you people listen, these criminals, when criminals trying to steal or break into somebody's place and shit, when they get fucked up or hurt or some shit from it, I have no sympathy for them. I really don't. I cannot stand a fucking thief. Somebody break in through the sanctity of somebody's home and go through all their own personal shit and steal stuff. I mean, it's fuck that, man. What kind of people are that?
That sickens me when I watch cops do that.
Not just cops, but I mean,
robber, anybody. That's a
Yeah.
violation. That's a personal violation against the person, and the damage that they do that's not even necessary. Like,
oh God,
like
yes.
a friend that he was friends with my boyfriend when I met them, but I considered him a friend too. But his landlord had a rented place, and he rented it, and there happened to be a fish tank there, and he decided to fill it and everything else. Well, even after he was arrested, they busted the door and did a bunch of damage to drywall and all kinds of stuff. And they took that fish aquarium and busted it, toppled it over on the floor. The only thing they had the warrant for was his arrest, all right, for failure to appear or something like that. The landlord actually sued, and he won, and they had to replace the damages and things like that. But this isn't the normal for people, because most people cannot afford to stand up there and fight that, or even know what to say or do. And if you don't know this and that, the government's not going to tell you. Neither is a lawyer. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah, they shouldn't be allowed in anyone's home. Most states have a castle doctrine, but some don't.
Right. Well, I can't see that where that's, passing a law that you can't fucking defend yourself in your own house. Bullshit. Right. Bullshit. That's just a fucking crazy bullshit.
That's stupidity on paper.
Yeah, I mean, who's that for? Who wrote that one? Somebody who wants to do crime. That's who wrote that shit, man. Come on. Who's going to do that?
I mean, right? I like the do no harm principle. That's number one in my book.
Oh, I'll do some harm.
Well, I mean in self-defense, but I mean, don't be the one that starts the shit. Don't be
Non-aggression.
right.
Non-aggression. Yeah, that's the whole
Well,
thing.
that's what I'm saying.
It's such a great
No.
motto. Don't start no shit, won't be no shit. You know?
Exactly.
It's real simple, man. Don't
I'm
start
not
no
saying
shit,
roll
won't be
over
no
and turn the other cheek.
shit. Yeah, I mean,
What
just
they
I
want
do
us
my
to do.
thing. I just do my thing, but don't start no shit if you don't want no shit. You know, that's the easiest way, right there. You know,
And
because
don't ask you to pay for the plane ticket either. Huh?
Oh my God, I know, right? And then pick me up at the airport. You gotta be kidding me, man. Really? then I'll pound your ass. And I'm like, no. Want me to buy you the ticket and pick you up at the airport and then pound my ass sounds pretty gay, Nick. Sounds pretty gay.
I think that's going to give us some good laughs for a while.
Oh yeah, I'm cutting that video up, man. That's fucking fun. It's so much, though. It's so much. Oh my God.
Do it now, big boy.
Yeah, big boy, do it. Do it now. Are you going to deny my kids were killed in the Holocaust? Yeah, Nick, I think I'm going to pretty much deny that. Yeah. I definitely.
That was funny.
Yeah. That guy.
Some good comedy.
But on the same token, hey, Nick, dude, if you're watching or whatever, and you probably are, you were earlier, listen, you need to stop drinking, bro. You do. And come on back, get smart, man. And hey, if we put some doubt in your head about some of the shit you once believed, good, man. Doesn't mean that your whole shit's out the window, because you can bring that shit to the good side, bring it to the light side. You know what I'm saying? Don't let that shit consume you. I understand you've wasted your life. I mean,
right. Yeah, I believe people can change if they want to. They sure can.
Absolutely, man.
And I don't think you should hold it against somebody because they did something once, and now if they continue to do stuff, then that might be different until you do see the change. But it shouldn't think that they can't change at all or change their mind.
Right.
If you can do it, they can do it.
Absolutely. 100%. 100%. And that's the thing, man. Don't be so rigid in your fucking beliefs, man. You know what I'm saying? They gotta be, don't have beliefs. I mean, you can incorporate beliefs, but what I'm saying is be careful not to confuse them with absolute facts and truths, until you can get it and concrete it down even further. I know it's hard to do, but because there's always going to be something come along you didn't even ever think of that's going to go, oh, well, shit, that makes me think now. How am I going to, reconcile that with this belief that I have? You see? And so therefore your beliefs will change over time, whereas truths will just be revealed. They make hopefully, if truth is only ever revealed once to you, and that's it, you just, bam, this is what I believe is truth 100%. And you're no longer able to take in any more ideas, then you're stagnating yourself.
Right.
Because you'll find that as different belief systems and things like that marinate in your mind and you get older and wiser, you start to think a little differently about them,
Right. You have to stay out of the boxes.
Exactly.
Because once you're in those boxes, you've got a closed mind. If you're out of the box, you can see how things flow. You can't just think of like building a house. You need to prepare the ground, make sure you got a good foundation. There's things that you just want to do naturally to build something strong to live in. You don't want it caving in on you and what have you. But look at how they've done that industry itself. You know, you have the people that do the foundation, you have the framers, the roofers, the drywallers, the painters. You know, it's all separated. They're all in their own little box.
Yep.
So people's mind don't flow the way that it used to. It gets stuck in a specialty, right? And they make you sound like you're doing something special because you're a finished carpenter, right? But you don't know nothing about building the whole house. See,
Right.
They just contain you in these little compartments, and I just hate being trapped.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I've never done just one thing, you know. I'm all over the place and I can do different shit.
I know the best men on the planet are the jack of all trades because they don't think like those other donkeys in the corral.
No.
I'm trying to be nice. But you know what I mean, you know? I mean, women do the same thing. Close your mind. Open your mind. See it for what it is. Because we have experiences that tell us, hey, wait a minute, this contradicts that. So that can't be factual, right? Like water, water itself contradicts us living on a ball. It just
well, nobody would, like I've said a million times, nobody would ever come to that idea. Just bebopping along through life, having everyday experiences. Nobody would ever go, you know, I think that
I feel like a dancing elephant at the circus.
Yeah. I mean, nobody in the world ever would come to that, you know. It had to take somebody with a reputation preceding them as a great mind or whatever to put forth such a preposterous idea in order for people to buy it. They relied on the perception deception in order to sell this fucking dream, to sell this nightmare, really. So that's where it's at, you know. That's how it was done. And oh, look, someone here of prominence and of science. He's a scientist. He's a well-learned fucking guy. Look at this. And so we should listen to them. It took them a little bit, but they finally concreted it down right here in the back in the 20th century.
He got potty trained.
Yeah, right.
He's a big boy now. Got paper on his wall.
Yeah, it's people think that means something.
But seriously, you know,
garbage in, garbage out, right?
But when you're stuck in one little peg, right? And you can't bounce around to all the different, you know, ones. You don't learn anything except for what's in that box.
Well, that's what you're doing.
Anything else exists? You're stuck in a box. Your mind's closed. You're stuck in a box.
If you're only going to be a data storage receptor, you have to understand that data is just being stored. It's not being grown upon. Okay. Being able to take these things and weave them into cohesive thoughts and expand upon theories and ideas, well, that's a different thing. They don't want you doing that unless it falls within the lines of their bullshit. You see, and that's highly controlled. Highly controlled. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and give it a shutdown here. Going on 4 hours, and I'm going to get off and just do my thing, smoke some weed and watch some weird shit and go to bed. And I want to wish everybody a happy new year out there tonight. And those of you that haven't gotten to the new year yet, well, happy new year when that happens, right? Dreamy, you want to leave anybody with anything?
Sure. Party all year long, every day, some way, somehow. Just to piss them all off. That's what I had to say. Piss them off by being happy and stop participating in all the stupid bullshit. I think if we all do that, It'll be a happier place.
Oh, hang on. I'll tell you what. We'll hang on 8 more minutes, and then we got Central Time, New Year. Barbara's there. She's
Oh yeah. She doesn't. Yeah, we need.
Yeah, we'll hang out for 8 more minutes here. You know, it's not as exciting. Do you guys have a ball? No. Somebody go chop down Lucifer at the Denver airport. Or blow up Lucifer right at midnight. That would be cool. Fuck that demonic blue horse. Have you seen that thing, haven't you?
Yeah.
Oh, that thing's horrible looking. How do people who
Colorado
come up with that?
Place. Colorado is not friendly. I do not like that.
You don't like Colorado?
No, I always avoid it. I avoid it like the plague. I've been through there twice. The first time I almost got run over in the mountains by some truck drivers that were just freaking flying. And I mean, we're on my ass coming down the mountain. It was 2-lane highway. And that was like freaking crazy because I couldn't even slow down enough to pull over on one of the little pull off spots because they're just small because of how close they were to me. So yeah, they're just rude. And then the other time for 10.5 hours, I sat on the side of the road with my hood up. All I needed was a freaking jump. Did a stupid thing, shut my car off, knowing that I needed a jump. But anyways, need to put oil in it though. So anyways, yeah, not even their highway patrolman or nothing would stop. And I'm thinking, you know, this is crazy because every other state I've ever been in and broke down in, within 5 to 10 minutes, I had someone stopping and offering help.
God.
So they were just, so that state, I don't know. I just didn't like it. My experiences were not good.
I can't say I had any good or bad experiences in Colorado. I drove right through it through the night when I went through.
Yeah. Well, that's what was so crazy was it was at nighttime that them truckers were coming down the mountain right behind my bike on a 6% grade, and it's 2 lanes. And then there's no way because their little pull-off spots were not long enough through there to, you know, slow down safely to give them notice. That's how close they were on my ass. So yeah, I didn't like that. Didn't like the way they drove there. But the fact that for 10.5 freaking hours, and that wasn't too far from Denver either. Just ignore me sitting there, just fly by, even highway patrol with my hood up. I was like, this place is fucked up, you know. And that's before cell phones, you know. That was in the 90s.
What is this? What the fuck?
He's cross-eyed.
He looked that way.
Yeah.
Something wrong with him. I think he's inbred. They do that. Space didn't exist till everybody got TVs.
Right.
It's true, man. These people in their fucking space and shit. Once you get on that, it's like, look. I've been talking to these dipshits on Facebook, man, and they're like, some of the shit they come up with, and I'm like, hold up. You think that some flight time proves a convexity of the Earth? You know that this thing's dead on arrival before we even get to that, right? And I always blow it right out the water because they always want to invoke gravity. And of course, you know, I can destroy that concept in heartbeat, you know, right out the fucking gate.
Well, it's like the guys that have timed all these flights, and why are they like 2-something hours late, and then yet they're like 15 minutes late to their next destination or something, and they're 2 hours and something late to even load up and leave. But arrival times are right there. There's some pretty interesting stuff coming out about that, all that stuff, and the flight patterns and why they fly the way they do, and it has to be flat in order for them to do what they're doing.
Oh, here was thousands of fireworks light up the Texas city skyline as 2024 officially arrives. If y'all want to see that,
Awesome.
Kind of cool. As we're getting there right now, we got 2 minutes for Barbara and our people in the Central. I'm not staying up for Pacific.
Yeah, that's the way Texas parties.
That's bullshit.
I'm not kidding you. That's how we do it.
Wow, man. San Antonio. Amarillo by morning. That's fucking crazy. Amarillo by mornings. On the way to San Antonio. What's this? Looks like we got less than a minute left for the new year in Colorado for Jehovah's Daughter. You just hear the sounds in Denver, no fireworks. Why didn't you go blow up Lucifer, Barbara? Fuck
You
Lucifer.
can't be saying that.
No, I'll tell you what, man, they do have a lot of that shit that's like there's people have made these weird threats and stuff. And no, don't nobody go blow nothing up. Just kidding. But they did do that with the Georgia Guidestones. And here's what gets me. That thing was under surveillance and nobody got caught. And they had equipment there, right? Like lickety split, right? Ready to fucking take the shit away. And it's like, what was that really?
Do you think it's because more and more people were learning about it and more people were going and checking it out? You know?
Maybe.
Sometimes you have to destroy to shut it up so that you can come back later and say they never existed, right?
I think it was kind of like, okay, this has been here long enough for everybody to be familiar. It's go time. Symbolize it with the destruction. Didn't Moses smash the tablets?
Well, yeah, that's true.
Same type of thing.
Yeah. Yep,
I don't
would
know.
have to say that that's a possibility.
You know, these people are all the time being fucking symbolic, you know, all the time with their symbology bullshit.
Yeah, never underestimate them, ever.
No. There's psychopaths, man. Psychopaths. Well, anyway, that's all I've got for tonight, Dreamy. I'm going to cut it out of here.
Alrighty.
We've had New Year's in our little area of Colorado with our good friend Barbara.
Yeah.
Wish I could stay going
New
till
Year's
the
to everyone.
West Coast, but hey, y'all get it, right? Just rewind that part where we did it for your place too. So it'll be the same.
Yeah, in an hour.
All right, everybody.
Have a
Just
good
remember,
night.
Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. And whatever, man. Have a good New Year. See you next time.